What's going on, everybody? Cali Death Podcast back once again, episode 60. I'm always here every Friday for you guys with my resident homies, as always, Casey, Joel, and Joseph. Joseph coming in hot from fucking Bangladesh right now, dude. That's fucking crazy, dude. Couldn't miss an episode, dude. We got him from across the world right now.
So for you guys, it's 7:30 Thursday evening. For me, it's 9:30 Friday morning. So,
or yeah, but it's us. Yeah, Thursday for us and Friday morning for you. That's fucking gnarly. Last time we had that was talking to the Psychroptic Dave from fucking Psychroptic. It's crazy. You think about it being next day, but yeah, always with. Thanks for being here with me, guys. Thank you for coming to hang out with us this week, all you listeners, all you new listeners, old listeners. What up, y'all? Yeah, dude, we don't have anything to plug this week, so let's get right into this. I mean, it's super fucking exciting episode for me. And honor all these, those fucking words, all that shit, dude. Excited, honored, all that shit. Cali Death. This is like one of the biggest things for this show, because it's like, with all the death discography being so fucking influential to all of us as musicians coming up, I'm gonna get to it, but Steve was actually on like several different first albums that I heard from bands coming up, and but yeah, Steve Giorgio is with us from fucking Sadus, Death, Testament.
Name them all. You have to name them all.
Autopsy. Fucking just keep going, dude. It just never fucking stops. And yes, I'm just really fucking happy that this is happening right now. What's going on, Steve?
Howdy, guys. Good. I'm really glad to be here, and we can get to the rest of that list as we go.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how we go through the whole timeline. I mean, we don't have to spend too much time on certain things, but you got since you got a long list of a big past 30 plus years of a fucking career, it's like we're not going to be able to stay anywhere too long with this. But I mean, dude, Steve, we're here as long as you can keep talking to us, bro. I'll go to fucking work hurting tomorrow. Well, I don't care.
I got an hourglass that's ticking away. So when we get
dude, when we were corresponding, within the last couple of weeks, and you told me that that's cocktail time, and you got a lot of stories. I'm like, dude, this is exactly what we want for this show, dude. So thank you very much for giving us your time. I know you've been a busy dude. We've been talking, and you've been doing several things since we've been talking. Yeah. But yeah, dude, how we usually do this, Steve, is we want to go back all the way to as far as you could take us to childhood, when, yeah, dude, when music became like something important, not just background music.
Jeez,
talk about like what your parents were listening to when you're fucking around with your toys, and there's shit like that. When you're what sparked the I'm interested in music. I'm gonna start.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty relevant actually to start there. My mom was a big part of it. She was kind of dabbled as a musician. She I think she tried violin for a short time, and she wanted to play piano, so we had one in the house. So as a little kid, you go up there, and it's fun. It's a huge thing, and you don't need any skill to push the keys. And I was pretty entranced by that. And I kind of she had a little like student instructor book where it shows you the note on the staff, and then it shows you where the note is on the piano. So I kind of taught myself how to read music. Now this is at a level that's little kid playing single notes, following a basic, staff. There wasn't any kind of crazy keys or modulating going on.
But you're still finding the association in it all.
Yeah. So I think because I was interested in the sound of it, and learned to associate, the visual note with the note on the thing. I think just it was always there. I mean, I think I learned how to read music when around the same age as I learned how to read words, so it was just part of it. So mom was a big part to have that available, and piqued my curiosity and stuff. And of course she would always be jamming tunes. She was really into going to concerts and playing records in the house. So I mean, there was some stuff I couldn't stand, like anyone. You can't, a lot of stuff she liked that was cool as a kid, like stuff in the late 60s, early 70s, like Seals and Crofts, and a lot of jazz like Herb Alpert and Dave Brubeck, and just stuff of her time was really cool. Zeppelin, and just a big mix. She even had a Ravi Shankar album because he I guess maybe she got wind of him through the I think it was Monterey Jazz Festival. It's a kind of made it into a movie. So all that stuff was cool. It's just when she got into Elvis, man, that was it. I could not stand fucking Elvis Presley, but but for the most part, it was cool. Dude. Yeah, it was just so So she opened that door. Tunes were there. I'd always kind of thumb through her little. She had a nice old fashioned kind of case where the records were put in nice, and it just had that smell of wood and cedar and vinyl, and I just remember that. It was always
all
cool.
Those things. It's just funny when you mentioning that right now, because it's like the digital age doesn't get any of those perks that come with flipping through records and smelling the wood and smelling none of that. It's like a sensory deprivation thing almost with digital music.
Yeah. And there's more to do because, it's putting a record on as a thing and then putting the arm over on it. But then she had a little 45 single of Brandy. Who was that? Brandy or a Fine Girl? What a good wife you would be. So the hole's bigger, so you got to put a little plastic thing in the hole to make it fit. And it's involved, and it's a process. And so, and I guess technology makes things easier. There's less parts, less stuff. But like you said, you're missing an experience. And that's what I grew up with. And
totally,
obviously that's kind of a nutshell of it. I mean, there's a whole progression that goes with getting more into stuff that rocks, and then eventually, finding out I wanted to do that.
So, okay, let's just go over that just a little bit. So when do you get to that next step of you're getting more serious with it? You're starting to rock, you're starting to find things that rock more. And when do you want to start, actually playing an instrument?
Well, because I had shown a knack for it, since I was a little kid, I was always enrolled in the school band class. So I went through, I was played bass clarinet, and I played baritone, tuba, trombone, just stuff in school, whatever was available. And I jumped around, and it was kind of cool to double up on classes, get out of shop class and other requirements. I just got thick on band classes because it was easy. It was my, my knack, and it was an easy way to up the grade point average too, because I was an easy A in band class. So
hell yeah.
Yeah, played all kinds of those instruments and stuff, and it was cool. And we traveled, we did concerts, and that was, I did no idea at the time, but that was a cool precursor to my professional career. Travel, when you make your first heavy metal band and you start going in a van and playing shows, everybody's really excited. It's the first time they've been away from home, and I'm sitting there thinking like, well, I'm at least experienced in this regard. But
totally.
But it did, I think even though I had this whole early fundamental development, I think the desire to rock, we'll call it, kind of hit me at about the same age as everyone else. It's probably high school. And the heavy music was a thing, and I wanted to play that. And at this time when I wanted to, learn to do it myself, the type of band class I was in was orchestra, and that was when I first started on the big bass, on the big stand-up upright bass. And so it was easy to gravitate towards that electrically. And just like everyone else, I was sitting on the edge of my bed with my record player and my new bass guitar, learning, Rush, Iron Maiden, Black Sabbath, Jethro Tull, Rainbow, all, you go down the whole list, like I said, like everyone else. I think that hit me about the same time, and I just picked it up quicker, I guess, because I had a little bit of training. But once I got into learning,
what year were you in high school? Like what years were you in high school?
Early to mid 80s. I graduated in 85. So,
Okay.
Probably 82, 83 around then is when it hit.
I was one.
You were one.
I was 1 year old.
But once I started learning those songs off the record on my own, that's pretty much the direction I kept. Once I graduated high school, there was no more, traditional band classes or anything. Because we actually formed Sadus in high school.
That's where I wanted to go. Was like, is there a high school band and also I just want to take it back real quick to the getting exposed to extreme music. Like, when's the first thrash record you heard? Obviously Metallica and Slayer and all that shit, but like the more underground shit, like where you were like, oh, these guys are dope.
Yeah. It was probably a group of guys that I was jamming with right before we made Sadus. The heavy stuff was coming out. Motley Crue was pretty heavy, except stuff like that was kind of heavy. But there was an older guitar. He was already out of high school, and he had an amazing record collection. We found Demon, Anvil, Merciful Fate, Exciter, and Slayer, Show No Mercy. He had this big collection of the underground, and so it was probably a typical, older brother type of situation. He was a friend, but I'm sure a lot of people have an older brother or an older cousin or something.
That's actually a common thing that we find out.
Yeah. And so he was the guy. He was a guitar player in this little cover group we had. We were doing, Maiden and Priest covers just after school, and he turned us on to that stuff, and it was just like, wow, this shit's evil, and that's what opened that huge door, and that's pretty much how we found the group of guys that made Sadus. We were definitely hell bent on playing stuff heavier than Priest and Maiden and shit like that. That was about as heavy as it got, and heavy metal was a term. I think, Iron Maiden and maybe like Angel Witch and Accept, that kind of stuff was starting to be called speed metal because it was just like Iron Maiden, but faster. Mm-hmm. And so that's all we thought Sadus was. The word thrash didn't come around for a while. And really, when the word thrash came out, it's kind of more what the crowd did.
Yeah.
They kind of thrashed. We were up there playing speed metal. And then eventually the whole scene just became thrash. I guess Anthrax had a lot to do with a lot of terminology that we use now. So once the East Coast infiltrated the Bay Area, we picked up a lot of those terms and stuff. Yeah.
So, okay. So Sadus becomes a thing. Did you guys have any previous name before Sadus?
Yeah, we did. You either did your research or your general questionnaire is pretty on point. So
thanks, dude. No research, just interested.
Yeah, we had really hit the ground running. When we first hooked up, the first day after school, we wrote a whole song. We were psyched.
Hell yeah.
Because we didn't have to learn anybody else's song. We were seniors in high school. This is in 1984, and we were hell bent on writing our own stuff because we had already been through the cover scene, and that's fun, but it felt kind of alien to write your own stuff. So we were hell bent on it. So first practice, boom, song in the can. Cool. Let's do it again tomorrow. All right. After school, we meet again. Song 2. Day 3, song 3, and we did that got about 4 or 5 songs in a row, and holy shit, this is pretty good, So everyone go home tonight, think of a name for the group. We'll come back tomorrow's rehearsal and see what it is. And all 4, if Sadus was a 4-piece, then all 4 of us had really crappy names, and we didn't know what to do. Our first gig was supposed to be the talent show. And we were going to play Metallica's version of Am I Evil? And in the song towards the end, where he says, Am I evil? Yes, I fucking am. We had this whole emphasis strategized where we were going to say fucking right in front of the whole auditorium of the high school. And that was a big deal,
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
A real big deal for high school kids. So we had this whole plan, but when we went to sign up to get on the talent show, what's the name of your band? We're like, shit, we don't have one. So there's one of the songs we play called Torture. It's on our first record where Darren says, how's it go? He goes, we need DTP, death to posers is what I mean. So we were all on this hell bent thing about, posers and, screw that crap. So
death to false metal type shit.
yeah. So right off the top of his head, he just goes, we're called DTP. All right. So we went under that name for a while. And we thought maybe it was good enough. We were like, because we were in high school, we had no idea what the real world thinks, and we thought it was good enough. But then, with our lead singer guitarist being named Darren Travis, initials DT, they started calling it Darren Travis Project. So
oh shit,
go fuck that.
So he was like, "No, we need a unique name and stuff," and we still couldn't come up with one. And we had some buddies that would always come around, guys that would buy beer and hang out, and they'd love to go to the kegger parties we played, and just they'd be the life of the party. They would thrash everybody. They'd push people through windows, and it was kind of like our, every band has kind of like a posse, and
totally.
These guys were in our posse, and one of them was a really great artist. He would always sketch stuff, and he would listen to the lyrics of our songs and draw drawings based on what he heard, and those eventually became our flyers for our shows, which were basically people's backyards or living rooms or kegger parties. We'd play bowling alley when it's closed. We would set up on the lanes like a stage. We just did all kinds of throw together gigs, and so we'd make these really elaborate flyers with cool drawings and stuff. And this guy, he showed up one day to rehearsal, and he was super hungover. He was put his head on the pillow in the bass drum, and he could sleep through that crap of us. The bass drum pounding right next to his head, and we were talking about the band name that moment, and we said, anybody come up with a name? And someone his name's Rick, and he goes, hey Rick, tell everyone that idea you had. He's like, what? And he wakes up, tell everyone that idea you had, the name for the band. And he goes, I was reading a science fiction novel, and I found a cool name in the glossary, man. It's Sadus. And in my head, I heard Sadist, and I was like, okay with it. I'm like, okay, cool. That fits a metal band, So then the next process, well, then of course everybody in the band was like, yeah, cool. That's a name. That's something better than we had. So the next thing was like, okay, everyone go home tonight and draw a logo. And then whoever's got the best logo tomorrow, the one we pick. Of course, I drew Sadist, and they were laughing at me because I didn't know what science fiction novel he read in the name, but Sadus apparently it was, and I lost the logo competition. And the guy who actually won it was the guy who thought of the name, and he went on to we used one of his flyer drawings, or kind of more like a better than a flyer level drawing, to do the first album cover. And for years now, he runs a tattoo studio as a main artist, but that's the guy, Rick Rogers. So he thought of the name and the logo, and
that's so he wasn't even part of the band. He just
part of the band, but not playing it. He was definitely family, but he wasn't one in the lineup.
Totally. We got a few. I think all bands that have been together for a long time end up having the extra people that are part of the posse, and they're just like at rehearsals all the time. And
dude, we had a huge party. A huge group around us, and you said where Antioch is. We're especially in the 80s. This is out in the orchards. We're not Bay Area at all. It even still it's East County. I know the freeway's bigger and it feels connected, but we were far from the Bay Area. So when we went to shows and saw the scene, we felt like outcasts. I'm sure we looked like outcasts, but our hangers on, our posse, they were a rough bunch, man. They were. And we had a couple really big dudes, and then the little dudes were even tougher.
Really?
And we would go to shows at Ruthie's Inn and Berkeley Square and Mabuhay and Stone and Broadway and all these places. And our crew, their goal was to smash everybody. They didn't care. They didn't care. I mean, they were out for blood. And one time we played at a Ruthie's Inn, and Forbidden Evil they were one of the bands playing. We were supporting Forbidden Evil, or there might even been a bigger headliner. I just remember Forbidden Evil was there. And a couple of their buddies were in the bathroom all tweaked out on meth, taking a leak, talking to each other. And our buddies were in the stall probably doing a line or something. And they heard these guys all fired up, like, oh, we're going to be the best thrashers out there. We're going to kick everyone's ass. And of course, the Sadus Kill Team crew hears that, and it was on. It was blood everywhere. There was chairs flying, chains,
Jesus,
crazy shit. So Forbidden Evil hated us, and that word spread to the circle, like Debbie Abono's kind of circle of violence and Exodus, Possessed, Testament. Like these guys all thought the Sadist Hicks from the Orchards were nothing to deal with. So we got blacklisted pretty early. It was hard for us to get on shows. Really hard because, and it's funny because everyone in the band, like that's when I met Craig and Glenn, and I got along, and Russ too, and we got along great. And all the band members would hang out, chill, and talk. Like it wasn't band against band. It was just like the Posse fight, but they were associated with us, so it was
that
tough.
You don't really see that too much now. When everybody's kind of just like love and peace at death metal shows and shit like that. You see that in the hardcore clicks and shit like that. That is kind of that mentality.
Well, probably back then there was more like territory too. It's like more like it's a new thing. Like there's a new territory to be had and stuff. And like who's the craziest? Who's the It's like almost you see it kind of nowadays. Actually, with the hardcore scene, there's like the hardcore kids. There's like crews. There's like gangs that go around and be like, what? They're not even there for the music usually. They're just like they just want to start a ruckus.
Yeah, it sounds like Steve's homies are just there to fuck some shit up.
Well, I mean, all that stuff's valid. It is territorial and it's all that stuff. But I mean, you got to think too. And a couple of you guys are from NorCal. In the '80s, it was all about just being on meth and being crazy, insane motherfuckers. I mean, you're just on speed. You can't be stopped.
Yeah.
And the bands, we would sit on the sideline, just burn a doob and just watch the shit. I mean, we weren't into that part. I mean, it was fun. We were into it to watch, but our hands were too valuable to go that crazy, man. I mean, guys would, we'd load out back in our houses like 4 or 5 in the morning, and by lunch the next day, our buddies would have casts on their hands and shit. So they're like, no, not for us, man. But it was cool to see it. But yeah, we paid a little price for having that reputation. But because of it, we kind of developed our own clique with there was a band up here called Hex, if you remember Hex. And the newly formed Autopsy, which we were already buddies with, but they also got kind of a weird reputation. So we did a lot of shows on our own. Hex, Sadus, Autopsy. We were our own satellite clique in the Bay Area, and
when it comes to DIY, that's the most DIY. Just get your own package and say fuck everybody else, dude.
Yeah, we didn't really play the game like all the other guys, And now, fast forward to the future, friends with Phil Demmel and Rob Flynn and the whole list. I mean, fuck, I'm in Testament. That was one of the bands that didn't like us. So, everyone grows up and forgets that shit. So it's funny to kind of recount it with you guys because, if we stayed at that level, man, I probably never would have got on the map.
Right. It's, I mean, it's just a testament to younger fucking kids, dude. Like adolescents, when you become like a middle of like 25, 26 years old, that's when shit like that starts to level out and everybody realizes like, why the fuck did we, do this, do that? And
totally.
And then everybody just kind of comes together at certain points too.
I mean,
we're all in it. It's all metal love, dude.
I mean, we're like 18, 19 years old, and we're playing with bands that are guys in like 21, 22. And also the clubs, there was 2 employees. There was a guy at the front door taking tickets and 1 bartender. Absolutely no security. I mean, the scene is brand new. It's the underground thrashing. They didn't know how to deal with it. They just turned their back and let the ambulance clean it up afterwards.
Right. Yeah. It's crazy, dude. So, okay. So Hex, Autopsy, and Sadus are just teamed up. You guys get your local things going. Is that what it is? Or you guys actually take that out as a tour package?
Well, touring as much as you could do in a station wagon. And yeah, we went up to Nevada City and played a cool remote gig. And that was cool because, we got to kind of thrash a hotel room. Like we always thought that was required, and went up to Portland and played. Went down to SoCal, played in what's that? Is it El Segundo or I don't know, one of the crazy kind of outliers of the main city, and yeah, so West Coast stuff, not really like tour, but we did road trips where we got to go, overnight and play stuff, and played in Fresno. There's a Fresno gig online, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah. What was the name of the local band? Betrayal was the band down there that kind of hosted the gig, but the three of us went down, Sadus, Hex, Autopsy, and we played Betrayal.
Nice.
Yeah. Fresno.
Fucking Fresno, dude.
I know you were talking about like because that's something I didn't really know how the scene, the Bay Area scene was like. I mean, as my parents would say, speed. They always said speed, but I never like equated that. Well, like, what is that, like a pill that you take? Or it's actually meth, So like the whole scene down there was like in that scene, in the meth scene, and Fresno definitely is probably the mecca for that. But
I think up here was, man, because and it was called crank back then. I don't think the word too. Really
crank.
Yeah, young people kind of like crank, but crank was the main word. And there was a cool band from Martinez called Bloodbath. We got to know those guys. They kind of were the first band to kind of take us under the wing, because we had a lot of drive, man, but we only thought locally. We were playing a ton of kegger parties. We were writing songs, very, very productive as a young band, but had no idea how to branch out. We didn't know about the big world. And the guys from Bloodbath, the ones that told us, like, you need to go to a studio, record a cassette, and start mailing it. And they showed us our first, Xerox version of a fanzine, and, send your tape here. And then they talk about it and people write, and okay, cool. So we had no idea. And Bloodbath, they were kind of cool to us, showing us that thing. And once we went to the studio and made a tape, it really took off. And yeah, they showed us the way, but it was easy to remember Bloodbath because we started talking about meth and crank. Those guys were, boy, crazy. I hope they're still with us, man.
I never really even thought about. I never even thought about meth and metal being like a thing. I know that coke and psychedelics and plenty of weed and alcohol, but I never thought that crank would be something involved in metal as well.
Huge. I remember going up to Guerneville, the River Theater.
Oh shit, dude! I got a house. My family just sold a house there. It was there since my dad was a kid, dude. And I know Guerneville, so I know exactly what you're about to say.
It's right on the main drive, right there.
Yep. 116 all the way down to you take that all the way out to the coast.
The River Theater. We went up there and we watched Possessed and Death Angel, and we snuck backstage and we watched those guys snort the entire table before they played, man.
Jesus.
God,
and of course, that was another I remember that key moment in Sadus history, because we didn't do a lot of it. We, it would be stupid to say nobody in the band touched it, but I could say it's safe to say we didn't really get into it. It wasn't our trip. We just burned weed and drink beer. But I remember, so we knew what it did, and obviously it did what it's called. It's speed. It made you go faster, talk faster, think faster. It made you do a bunch of stupid shit because of that, but it was speed. And we watched Death Angel and Possessed, which in our opinion were quite fast. And when they hit the stage, they played slower than album speed, and that blew us away. So that was another motivating factor for Sadus to always, every day, just play faster than we did the day before. It was maybe not the best career decision to accumulate listeners, but that was our motivation. It was about playing fast, and one of the songs, and it's also a big t-shirt designs, Twisted Face. It's about that coming up from the mirror and just, people just getting that twisted. And so it's a little bit kind of an anti-speed lyric version, but it's about that scene and doing it. But our speed was, like I said, just horking down a big skunk hooger and just playing like we were on speed. But
yeah, that's the same thing as me, dude. Is fucking everybody would get high and then we would play fucking 250 beats per minute, and you're like, wait, that doesn't make sense, dude. But we're doing it. It gives you some kind of charge.
It gives.
So
I mean, actually, for your scene too, it definitely, like, Steve, you're fucking. You called it speed metal, I think, for a reason. I think it was
Yeah.
definitely like, it's probably influenced a little bit by that.
Yeah, I mean the whole crank meth thing back then. I mean, obviously we know the word speed applied, but no one ever really called the drug speed so much. It wasn't the main thing. Speed was about playing and stuff, so it was kind of more about that. But man, it reminds me of this one time it was a Testament show at the Stone, and the Blind Illusion was direct support, and we were before them, and so they crammed Sadus and Blind Illusion in the small dressing room, and they knew, especially Larry, they knew that we were one of the faster bands of the whole area, and they just kept talking like, man, we can't wait to see this shit. This is gonna be cool. And of course we're just smoking just really skunky weed the whole time. And they're like, you guys are getting kind of high to play. I mean, what else do you do? How do you enhance to go fast? We're like, bro, this is it. I mean, drink some Lowenbrow maybe, but that's it. And they were like, oh my God, and the drummer, Mike Miner, he was a blast, but Les was involved, and Mark Singer especially. They were like, okay, this is what we do. We dose up on acid, but they said they time it. Especially Miner, man, he was an awesome drummer and real scientific mind, and he had this whole system down to where they would time it, where they would dose at the perfect time to where they would get about third, fourth song in until it hit. So they go up there and they're not tripping yet, and they would kind of get their legs and get their bearings and play, and then all of a sudden it would take off. And you ever watch a Blind Illusion show from mid to late 80s, you'll start noticing, first couple songs are cool, and then eventually the whole thing just kind of blurs like a kaleidoscope.
That's so cool. Well, I mean, it makes sense too. They want to, like you said, get their footing, make sure that they're planted on that stage, making sounds that, like, their songs and shit, and before they let that wave come, and then they're writing it out.
And then about mid set, they're just like Jack Black riding the rainbow with Baby Bigfoot. All of a sudden, they're just
tenacious D drop. Nice.
It was crazy, but that fit their trip. They were psychedelic thrash metal kind of stuff, but they couldn't believe their eyes with us. We were just imbibing in what people call downers. I mean, weed and beer is not like a drug downer, but they're not speed. And we would go out there just. And they were just like, holy crap, I don't get it. So we had a reputation of having kind of the best bud in the area, just mainly because it was just like Cheech and Chong smoke clouds coming out of where we went. But
I wonder if that's like the same kind of deal with like people getting high before they work out. You end up getting into that flow state, and you actually forget about all the like drive or like muscle tension and all that shit that's happening while you're working out. Maybe it's the same thing with playing metal. You can get
dude, I mean, have you guys ever been in a dispensary? I mean, they got this shit categorized like a library now. When we were young, there were two different kinds of weed. That's it. Good and bad.
Yeah.
That was it.
Brown and green.
Me too.
Yeah.
They'd be like, this stuff's chronic. And that's
Bammer
all. There's no strain or anything. Yeah.
No, we got good or bad. And now you go into the dispensary and they go, oh, we got indica and sativa.
What are you looking for?
They're like, oh, does your knee hurt?
How do you want to feel?
Which one does which? And like, oh, indica's like sit in the couch and chill, and sativa's like fucking. Oh, we're like, ding, bell goes off. Okay, that's obviously what we were smoking when we were young, because
sativa.
Yeah, we had to get up and do shit.
Oh yeah, dude, definitely. I mean, take a couple puffs of sativa before I write. Every time I write, just to get everything firing. It's good for creativity. But yeah, the indicas are like, come home, you don't want to do shit after work. You fucking sit on your couch and melt into it.
I guess so. So I've been told.
So can I ask you, man, when did you get into like playing fretless bass? Where you started out on a regular fretted electric and then you switched over at some point?
Well, I kind of alluded to it a few minutes ago. When I started out on electric bass, it was a fretted. It was one of the guys in the orchestra class, the other bass player. had brought in like a Fender Jazz or something. It was the first time I ever touched an electric bass. And at the time I was playing upright in a class that's full of violin, viola, cello, and they call it contrabass, is the big stand-up bass. And when you learn those, you learn by position. First position is up, what would be equivalent to the nut. And you learn all the notes in that range, and then you learn second position, you learn all those notes, and then third position you're almost up to the 12th fret equivalent, and you just learn those notes where they are. You just memorize them, and you go by sound. And so these instruments have been around for hundreds of years, so playing fretless is no scientific feat. It's pretty intuitive, but that's what I learned. And then when the guy in band class brought an electric, I mean, you got dots and markers and frets and lines and everything, and it was just so easy. I picked it up probably in 5 seconds. It's basically the same instrument, but just a little bit easier. And the attack is super easy with electronics and everything. So from probably went home from school that day and told my mom that's what I'm getting, and she can't say no, because I knew it was for me. So yeah, I mean, probably, I know I didn't have my driver's license, so probably 14, 15, something like that.
Wow. So back to Sadus and recording. Yeah.
It just dawned on me what your question was. Yeah. So I get my first electric bass, and I'm playing it for probably a couple years. And I always had the thought in mind, what if it was like the big one that I learned on, but down in a nice loud electric form. And I never, being from a small town, like what it was in the 80s, it's fucking huge now, but back then I just didn't know if it was a thing. I didn't know if it was a reality to have an electric bass without frets. I overheard my cousin, who also played bass, talking about peeling the frets out of his. And I thought, well, I don't know if I should do that. I wasn't, crafty with wood or anything. And I think I was flipping through a Fender part catalog, and I saw a jazz neck for sale, just ebony board, slap it on. And I just went, boom, there it is. And so I had my Rickenbacker around graduation, maybe a little before. So my first bass that I bought became a spare. And so that was the experiment, and I just bought the damn neck off the catalog and put it on myself, and here it is. This is the bass from high school right here.
No shit.
But that's the neck, and it came completely raw. I had to drill the holes and put in the keys, and because it was raw, I just customized it. I didn't put that. I wrote that in probably like 86 or 87, something like that.
Oh, dude,
the paint has lasted.
So that's like, is that what you play on the Sadus records too?
Yeah. Well, not all, in the early ones.
The earlier ones.
Yeah.
Like A Vision of Misery, was it that one, or was it a different one? Nice.
Yeah, and the band photo on the back, I'm holding this bass. And also Autopsy, the EP, Fiend for Blood, I think was the first time this was in the studio. And then I don't remember if Autopsy was before Sadus or Sadus. It was between Vision of Misery and Fiend for Blood, but those were the first two between this, and the third album was Individual Thought Patterns. And
wow, oh, that's oh my god,
this baby is Individual Thought Patterns, and I keep it right in reach because this is the one that put me on the map.
Wow, dude, that's fucking insane, bro. And that's super cool to be like, I'm playing on Death Individual Thought Patterns with my high school bass, bro. What's up, dude? Fuck all you guys right here.
Well, I didn't really have much money, so
no, totally. I mean, but it's with to get that record and your performance out. I would have been like, oh, dude, he's playing like a $5,000 bass.
No. No, any musician knows that.
I'm not a musician.
Yeah, you
I'm a
are.
vocalist.
Yeah, vocal. Okay, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, I mean, there's a level between. I mean, obviously, if you compare quality to crap, you can hear the difference. But once you get above that line into, I guess we'll call it lower quality, anything above that is really arbitrary. I mean,
Yeah,
just because it's expensive doesn't mean it's better.
Mhm.
totally.
You know, of course, we're talking about, not PV or Kmart crap, but
Yeah.
anything in a normal realm. I mean, you can make it sound good if you're.
And also, like we've heard a million, like the old adage, it's like 85% of your tones in your hands. Like it's pretty much of what's going to come out of. I mean, like you think of like who can I think of like the guitar player for Rage Against the Machine plays like $150 guitar and plays fucking stadiums or whatever with this like cheap guitar that he just likes. It's just something that spoke to him and was for him and like
Exactly.
yeah, you can get like this like carbon fiber like reinforced all the things, but it's not going to make your hands better. You know what I mean?
And test of time. I mean, where's Alembic? They were a bass company making really expensive stuff, and everybody thought, wow, this has got to be good. It's expensive. Well, they're not.
Yeah,
I don't see them anywhere. So
I still
can
go through
outprice
music
yourself.
magazines. Yeah, I still go through music magazines and like we'll look at brands and stuff and be like, well, this one's $500 more, so it's got to be better, right? You know what I mean? I still have that in my brain. It's still like something that's been like branded in me through marketing or something.
It's all the fucking commercials you were brought up on and fucking all the mind tricks they've been playing on us on the television.
Yeah.
Well, it's like with the electronics, these companies have learned each other's tricks now so much that they're very competitive, close to equal. But what it really comes down to in a good quality is, I'm speaking specifically of bass guitar, is the wood quality, and what makes the wood expensive is, the export process or, and the reason it would be imported from so far away is a very specific, quality type of wood. And that kind of stuff does make a big difference.
Mm-hmm. Is it different for guitars and bass, or like, is there no?
Bass
is just a big guitar. It's called bass guitar. I mean, it's the same exact thing,
It's going to resonate more. The woods make
wood?
more.
What's a good wood?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean,
Babinga or something.
Babinga, koa, mahogany, wood that kind of aficionados or gear nerds like to stay away from is like alder, ash. They're a little bit softer. Which is funny because that bass I just held up, when I took it apart, I could see laminate layers. I think it's like a plywood body or something. It's really, I mean, it's probably the cheapest of the cheap, but it's got like I said about the neck from Fender, and it's got Bartolini pickups, a badass bridge. So everything bolted to this crappy body is quality. So maybe the combination kind of gives it that unique, weird voice or something.
Definitely,
dude.
Definitely. So actually, I have a specific question. I've been actually wanted to insert it. This is a perfect time. The 3-string bass, like where did that idea come from? Obviously, like the string spacing is insane. You have basically just you're missing the string that you're missing. You spread it out and just made it like. How did you adjust to it, and what was the purpose for like doing that?
What's crazy? I made it by accident. I was hired by Obituary in 2010. Terry was the bass player, and he was still doubling up with 6 Feet Under, and he had a schedule overlap, and they knew, and I've been personal friends with Obituary for years. We toured with them in 1990, and we've been maintained contact and been close with them. So when Terry suggested to get me to fill in for him, it was pretty easy to do because of our brotherhood, our companionship, whatever. So I go to Florida and I'm crash course, and we had a couple rehearsals. I mean, like a weekend maybe. So I had time to kind of overview the songs, but nowhere near the show ready. And they dumped a set list of, I don't know, 22, 24 songs on me. And, when you have that big mass of stuff to learn and you're not part of the whole band history, like the riffs really blurred together for me. I was, they can distinguish a certain song being like, oh, that's from back in, 1989. We remember, oh, and this is a newer one. It goes like, but to me, it was all just big, huge piles, like 10,000 riffs from start to finish.
Yep.
And it was in their stuff, Obituary. It's like the AC/DC of death metal. They're very simple.
Mm-hmm.
It's good. It's catchy because of that. I don't mean anything bad by it, but it's so simple. It's hard because it kind of paints an atmosphere. It's not like this technical thing where all the notes play the story. It's a big song. It's by feel. And so, man, I was lost. And I didn't think I could learn all these songs in time for the first show, which, by the way, the first show was Grass Pop in Belgium. Very huge show.
Yeah.
So I was getting nervous, man. And I was going over the set the night before in my hotel room in Belgium. And I had my iPod in, and I'm trying my best to fucking anticipate the riff and remember how it goes. And it was frustrating. So I leaned the bass against the wall, and I laid back on the bed, and I'm thinking like, fuck, how am I supposed to do this, man?
Yeah.
I had a couple of days to prepare, and, come in like a hot shot, play with a million bands, supposed to happen. Well, it doesn't. It's hard work. And learning an Obituary set was a lot harder than I thought. And I thought, I got this 5-string bass, and it's got all these strings, and I don't need them. And it's confusing me looking at this bass. I don't need to think about moving on to the higher strings at all. They're not part of the song. Mm-hmm. And I thought, man, if I could just look at one string and just remember the movement on one string, I think I could get this, because I always compare it. I don't know if you're familiar with the Hawaiian alphabet. Joseph's the studious one. Look at
I feel like Anthony would be, because
I just like to go there, dude. I don't know there.
I think it's just 13 letters, right?
Exactly. So our alphabet's 26 letters. Everything we're speaking about right now is formulated 26 digits in some form. Well, like Joseph says, they got 13. Their language, just as articulated as ours, less letters. So they got Akuna, Mana, Puta, 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 Pita. A lot of very, very similar sounding things stacked together. And, well, they get it. They understand each other. And I thought, that's what I need. I need a smaller alphabet to remember these riffs, because it's not Dream Theater, man. It's Obituary. And so I started taking strings off the bass, and I just wanted to look at what I needed only. And of course, you take off too many strings and the wood pulls the strings too far, you lose your tension, and it just lays on the wood farting out, and there's no sound. And so then I put the A string back on there, and not good enough. Well, when I got the third one on there, I got my tension back, and I could make some notes, but they were all in the right place. And then I had a big void on the other side of the neck with no strings, and it looked fucking funny, but it helped me.
Yeah.
And I pulled it off, and I learned it all that night. Didn't get much sleep before Grass Pop, but I learned it. But I was looking at the bass, and I said, well, it's a 5-string. And so I put the low E, A, and the D. Just, they don't have any big B strings. So I just put the strings in 1, 3, 5 hole, spread it out so it doesn't look so funny, kind of Max Calavera style, with all the strings.
I was just about to mention him. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So I went away from that and just strung the 3 pretty even spaced over the 5 holes. And yeah, I was jamming in the hotel room, man. I had it, and it all finally paid off, and I was ready for the show. And I thought maybe I should return the bass to normal, and I started putting the strings on, and I was like, there they are again, all the distractions. And I said, fuck it. It's more important to play it right than have worry about having a funny looking bass guitar. So I went back to the 3-string setup, and sure enough, man, backstage, we're getting ready to go. And I open the lid of the case, and Trevor's standing there warming up. He looks down and goes, man, that thing looks like a damn trident. And I go, what do you think, man? He goes, man, that's badass. You gonna rock that thing? And I said, that's kind of what it looks like. He goes, man, that's badass. And I was like, cool, got my endorsement. I'm up there. So
hell yeah.
It was out of necessity, and I pulled it off. Great show. And I played the rest of the tour like that. Obviously, why fuck with it? And eventually, I learned that it was kind of fun to play. It was very different, and with the string spacing, you're skipping. There's a missing string, and you play.
Yeah.
It was cool. And once I brought it to, I played it in Testament, and or maybe first I think we were doing that Death to All stuff. I think I was playing the older. I brought a 6-string bass to go with it so that I could have all those notes, but I brought the 3-string on the Death to All tour and play the older songs a little bit, less crazy riffs, and then it turned out to be a challenge. And I accidentally taught myself the higher part of the neck, because you can't go this way to play all that shit. You got to go.
You got to find those notes down there. Yeah.
Yeah. And so it turned out to be an accidental learning experience, but it was a challenge. It was, except for the obituary thing out of necessity. After that, it was all pretty much a look at me thing, kind of, a show off deal. But from my point of view, it was pretty fun. It was a different thing. And like I said, it was a challenge to pull that shit up, especially when I got in Testament and I'm playing their songs on a 3-string fretless. They were like, what the hell is that? And so, I rocked that thing for a while, but eventually some of the wires broke off the preamp inside, and it's still sitting like that. I haven't dug in and got.
Aren't the stand-up strings kind of spaced out wider like that too, though? Like, did that make you feel like you were closer to upright when it was spaced out like that?
I never thought of that till now, but that might have something to do with it.
Because I'm thinking of like the space between what I've seen upright basses look like, and then thinking of what a 5-string spaced out like that would be. It's kind of seems like it would be similar. I don't know.
I think, yeah. I mean, that might be a cool connection. I never thought of it, but that might be it.
You got a stand up in there too?
I think it's a 3-string. Oh, damn, that's it.
Yeah, see, doesn't that look like it's more along the lines of that?
It's, I mean, that's some spacing right there. They're not that spaced, but
it's almost like the stick in a wash tub, old hillbilly kind of.
Yeah.
Have you caught yourself like in the middle of a song, like when you're playing that thing, just trying to hit a note, like a string that isn't there? You're like, shit, like, because you're like so used to it, like being there. You're like, oh shit, there's nothing here.
No, because that's all there. No.
The muscle memory didn't fuck you over too bad with that.
No, I mean, you got to warm up to it. It's not for the faint at heart, but
yeah.
It's still got the holes where the other. I put like a piece of tape with black Sharpie so that it looks dark inside. And the bridge took some damage too. You're just missing pieces.
What a trip.
String, right? Oops, way there. It's just missing the whole saddle and everything.
Is that the only one that you have? Is it the only 3-string?
Yeah, fortunately. Yeah.
Okay.
But like I said, the preamp took some damage on the road and I haven't fixed it, so I can't play it until it goes into the pit crew. But it'd be cool to break it out again one day. It's pretty fun to play. It's a challenge.
Yeah.
It's cool.
I can't even imagine jumping into that. It almost reminds me of like you said, Max Cavalera, but also what's Keith Richards does the 5-string guitar. I think he just rips out the low string. I think he just does from A down. He doesn't like yeah, he just does but obviously he's not like chunking and all, but it's something different. You see something different, like, and you're like, it makes people's ears perk a little bit when they're like, what's going on with that guy over there? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's something different, and it's your own thing. So that's definitely what makes it cool. Yeah. That
was the indulgent part of it. Like I said, it was an honest thing to start with. The birth of it was to survive and do a good job. But, I could have and the obituary tour was very short. And once it was over, I could have just abandoned it. But yeah, it was
That almost makes it a cooler story that it wasn't like I wanted to be different. It's like, oh shit, I have to survive. You know what I mean? That makes it a way sicker story than like I want to be, I want to stand out.
That
it's
was
like, no,
actually like our most repeated question. I think we got that like 2 or 3 times was what's up with the 3-string bass. And,
oh shit, I didn't even read the comments.
And
I had it locked and
that's
loaded.
cool though, because it's like now you guys got the story and it's a fucking cool story, you know?
Yeah.
That's the entire thing. And yeah, if it wasn't for the preamp breaking, I don't know, I could have pushed it farther and farther into the Testament thing, because it got a lot of comments, and like Joel said, I mean, it's, you know, when I was young, I never had the mindset about this. There was a couple guys in school that were really like competitive, you know, and musicians, some of them were like, I'm going to be the best, or he's the best. And that word best never resonated with me. I didn't care who was the best. I definitely knew I would never be the best. There's no point in that, because everybody has a different best. But the one thing I knew I could do is be different, you know, be something original in a huge ocean of unoriginality. And, you know, that's been something I've always leaned to, is to be different, be myself as much as myself could be. And so everything, like switching to fretless so early on in the game, and my style and everything, and the 3-string fits in that category. It's all a big, you know, attempt of sticking out and being, you know, an attempt to be original. And so, yeah, you nailed it. I mean, it was a cool thing. And we did a whole tour in Europe with Exodus one year, and on that tour, every night I was playing Souls of Black on that 3-string, and and I was pulling it off. And then we went and we did a quick trip we played a big festival in Japan, and then a quick stop in Honolulu, and because it was a quick trip, the serious level was down a little bit, and I got a little bit into an advanced state of adult refreshment before the show, and kind of chunked the Souls of Black intro on the 3-string, and yeah, I didn't like that shit on YouTube, so I had to you know, get serious and try to
report it, or just report it until they remove it or something.
Oh, you could do that?
I don't know. I don't know if they'll remove it.
That was about 6 years ago, but man, I'd still feel good if that shit was erased.
Isn't that crazy though, with your massive body of work and how sick you are as a musician? There's still those one little tidbit, those little tiny fucking things that happen.
Just bother you.
This one show happened. This one song we fucked up that one time. You know, we get
those are the things that like haunt you. I mean, I have a question for you. I mean, I still have these like kind of reoccurring dreams where, you know, like we're playing a big like a huge show, festival show, and all of a sudden I'm in this band it's like part like Anthony. It'll be Anthony and Casey or something in there, and then we'll basically like I'm like, well, I have to learn the songs, and it's like the same day of the show. You know, I have this like constant. It happens to me all the time. And then all of a sudden I can't find my gear. I can't find my bass. I can't find what's going on. And just like have this, like, it's just nightmare after nightmare. And then I get on stage, and then it's deicide I'm on stage with. And I'm like, I've never practiced these songs. I don't know what's going on. You know what I mean? It's like the ultimate, like, because of those nightmares on stage and those, you know, things that I've had happen to me on stage of, you know, once it happens, you're like, never again. I'm always going to double prepare for this to not happen after, like, you know, something embarrassing happens.
I think I've said this when you've said this in previous episodes, and I think it's the adult musician's version of the showing up to school naked.
Yeah.
You
totally.
know?
Totally.
It's just a new version of that same dream that happened to us as a kid, but the responsibilities we had as a kid was just to go to school. Now it's going to work and and if we're in a band, we're doing shows and all this kind of shit. And then it just so happens that like the most passionate thing we're about, it's our nightmares are going to fuck with us about the most passionate things. And it's showing up to a show with not being prepared, AKA you're in your underwear.
Yeah. My underwear would be awesome. I mean, compared to these dreams, like these dreams are like Len Benton's looking back at me, or like someone's looking back at me and going, what the fuck? You know what I mean? I'm just like, I don't know what to do. I have a 3-string bass. All of a sudden I'm like, what the fuck? I don't know.
But you got South Park boxers on. So you're chill, dude.
Yeah. I think it all comes from that, But anyway,
All right, so we're super in the weeds now. I want to get
Yeah.
back to the timeline a little bit. So
fuck yeah.
back to let's just touch on it a little bit. Like Chuck was living in the Bay with you guys for a little bit, basically. Like I want to know what was going on with Chuck when he was hanging out in California.
Yeah. I guess the story goes he kind of dropped out of high school and moved to California to get a better lineup. He had the Mantis thing going, you know, those early Mantis demos, and he ended up not with Cam, but he ended up re-hooking up with Rick. But you know, he was always looking for something better. Even super young Chuck knew that there was better out there. So he uprooted and came to the Bay Area because that's, you know, way before Florida had a scene or anything. Bay Area was already on the second wave of new bands in the underground. And so Chuck came out here to find his lineup, and I don't remember the name specifically, but he went through a couple failed attempts to get it. Eventually found a high school kid, Chris Reifert, you know, the drummer on Scream Bloody Gore, and stayed with him in Concord. And shoot, I don't know the range of the radio station. Do you remember KVHS?
It sounds familiar.
Yeah, it's probably small antenna. It's exactly like college radio station, except for it was high school. It was Clayton Valley High School, KVHS, even though Clayton starts with a C, but you know, the call letters. And so Sadus demo, we were I don't remember, they had, if it was Monday night or Thursday night, whatever, they had like a late night underground thrash, death metal, maybe a demo DJ or something that would play the unknown raw stuff, and they were playing this the demo Sadus made in '86, the DTP demo. They were playing that on the show, and so Chuck and Chris are hanging out in Concord. They hear it, and they go get the demo. And on the demo cassette label, Darren put his phone number, you know, in case somebody wanted to book a show or something. And they called the phone number one day. Right, it was perfect timing because we had just come out of the practice room, sat down on the couch in the living room, light up a joint, and Darren comes out of the room. He said, "Hey man, that was a weird call. Who was it?" "Oh, it's these two guys. They said they're in a band in Concord named Death." Of course, we all started laughing. Who would call their band Death? And and they said they heard our demo and they really like it and they want to just fucking hang out. We're like, all right, let's go see what this is about. So we went out to Chris's house, and it was amazing because Sadus was a 4-piece. All four of us went, and it was just two guys. And we went in the bedroom where they were practicing, and had a huge white common drum set and 2 amps up against the other wall. And one amp was connected to the guitar and one amp was connected to a mic on a stand. And so they just said, well, we're going to jam our shit for you. And fuck, it definitely didn't sound like two guys, man. It was crazy.
Wow.
And they had just got out of the studio. Like they just made the Mutilation demo, which is, Joseph is the knowledge one down there. I see they acknowledge all these little historic.
That's why we call him the
tidbits.
Professor, dude. His nickname is the Professor.
Well,
I
he is
mean,
one.
I've watched the documentary, so I know this part of the story.
Okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, if anyone knows the specific time Mutilation demo, that's exactly when we met Chuck and Chris. And it was amazing to watch because even though Darren was a super screamer for Sadus, we never saw anyone do that low guttural, you know, and Chuck doing that just a shitty mic and a cord into some PV bass amp or whatever the hell he had. And it was incredible. These two guys were so powerful.
Hell yeah.
And we just hit it off. We started hooking up with them, and you know, get a case of Lowenbrow or Mickey's Big Mouth or something. We'd go
Mickey's Big Mouth.
Yeah.
Dude.
Go down to the river and we were, you know, I don't know, 17 years old or something like that, 16,
Wow.
17. And we were just hanging out, just, you know, like I said before, in a scene that's full of, you know, violence, forbidden, Exodus, possessed bands like this. You know, we were very different, you know, and and there was a lot of plans being made, and we had big aspirations for this heavy music. Well, what we ended up doing, and we've already covered why Chuck is in California, but I'm doing my normal long-winded version.
No, dude, we want it all.
They were practicing in Chris' bedroom, and they could only practice there when his parents were gone, so they were kind of limited on when they could jam. But Sadus, we practiced at Darren's dad's house, and Darren's dad, not only was he gone most of the time, but when he was there, he was cool with us making noise. So we had a nice setup in the house. So we had those guys move out to our room, and the deal was, they had free use of the room, but we couldn't have 2 drum kits. And Chris was totally cool with Sadus drummer John playing on this huge Tama kit his parents bought him. So it was, our drummers in heaven playing this huge kit. Like, oh man, I wish I had this. And of course, the 2 guys are just blown away that they could just, play for hours with no one telling them to stop. And then there was a pool out back, and we'd do flips off the diamond board and just get loaded. And it was a cool hang. And switching off from 4-piece Sadus jamming and having 2 guys sit over there and watch us, and then we'd switch, and then the 2 guys would set up, and then all 4 Sadus guys would sit along the wall and watch them. And the missing piece for Death was a bass player, and I became this common denominator. And so when we'd have these back-to-back practices, Sadus and Death in the same room, when Sadus would finish, I would just down tune the bass and just join in with the Death guys, and just to help fill out the sound. And it was there, and it was cool. And once I get one of those adapters to convert cassette to MP3, I have a rehearsal tape of me jamming these songs back then. I want to really get that out. It's pretty fun.
That, dude.
Yeah, I mean, Chuck singing and everything. I mean, it's brutal. And we're jamming like this, and we're getting pretty happy with the situation. We're like, man, we could do shows like this. I was cool with doing 2 sets, man. I like the workload. Obviously, now we know my career. I fucking workaholic, but
totally.
It was fun, and we were like, let's do shows. So, obviously on loan from Sadus, but I was integrating into the lineup then, as a borrowed guy, of course. But I mean, we were kind of like one band in 2 halves eventually. And one night we did our normal thing where we went out and spotted some booze. Some guy bought us a couple of cases. We went down to some park, and we're just sitting there drinking. And I think Chuck says like, oh, we guys, we got something to say. So we're going to be gone for like a week or 2. So, we won't hang out. You guys won't see us or nothing. And we're like, all right, that's cool. Thanks for telling us. I don't know what's up. They're like, oh, no, don't worry. We're going to Los Angeles, but we'll be back. Okay, whatever. So they take off, and whatever, week or 2 weeks go by, and we get back into our routine, start practicing again, and go out drinking one night. We're saying, hey, so what's up? What'd you guys go to LA for? I mean, we're fucking 17 years old. Why did you go to Disneyland or something? I mean, what? I mean, you could tell us, man. It's cool. Oh, Chuck's like, no, dude. We went and Combat. We signed a contract with Combat Records, and they gave us a budget, and we recorded the album. All the songs we've been practicing, we went and recorded them. I'm like, okay, well, who did the bass? I was sitting there. I was their kind of steady bass player at this point. Who did the bass? Chuck's like, oh, fuck, I had to, man. It sucked. I had to do all my guitar. I had to do my solos. I had to sing everything and do bass. And it's just, I had so much to do, man. It sucked. And like, oh, shit, I know all the songs. I would have did it. Fuck, he hits Chris right in the leg. Bam! Fuck, I told you he would have. And I was like, oh, that close to being on Scream Bloody Gore.
Damn.
God damn it, dude.
They were it was just that kind of shy insecurity to ask.
Yeah.
It was just kids, and they didn't want to assume or impose, like the rehearsal thing was a cool setup, but I was Sadus bass player, and they were just like, let's just take care of that.
So it was like a respect thing to the Sadus guys,
Kind of, yeah. Or more just like, didn't want to getting that uncomfortable thing of like, hey, can we borrow him in the studio or something?
Was that like less of a thing back then? Like, because bands nowadays are so, I use the word incestuous, like trading members.
Now,
Yeah.
You know, it's like that's a common thing now. Like, so what? Maybe it just wasn't that then. Like, you're kind of just.
And you know, when you're a teenager, I mean, you pretty much plan on being dead by 30. You pretty much plan on having gold records by 25. You know, you have this whole plan in your head of what's going to go on. So, you know, the options are limited, and the ability to improvise isn't, you know, it's an immature mind. And so it's just, it was just that young feeling, you know, like they just didn't ask.
Yeah.
And I came that close, fucking close. Dude. I know, because then we returned to the cycle. We started double rehearsing, and we started booking shows, and I was back in the spot. And it's just,
didn't they do it? Did he do a demo as well before they recorded the Scream Bloody Gore in LA? Wasn't there another demo that he might have done out here too? Or is that the cassette that you're talking about right now?
I think it was Mutilation demo, which I think those songs are on.
Okay, so I'm sorry.
I'm pretty sure. No, because they told us about that studio where they recorded Mutilation demo was in Lafayette, and they told us about that studio. Yeah. And after we did our first demo, Sadus, I'm talking about, we didn't get a lot of decent bites for a record contract offer or anything. So we wanted to update our sound after about a year, and we went and followed Death's recommendation, went to that studio in Lafayette. And so the second Sadus demo, I think we called it Certain Death demo, 2 songs only, but we recorded there where Mutilation was done about 2 years after. So yeah.
So you guys did that demo, and then where does Sadus sign a contract with somebody?
Jeez, dude, not till way later, because even after that second demo, we didn't get, and we were getting offers, but they were like, you know, we had this projection in our head of what we needed and what we thought we deserved. And, you know, some of the smaller upstart companies were getting a hold of us with just really low basic offers. And we were just like, you know, what was it? New Renaissance Records and, you know, these weird indie things. So we were getting attention, but it wasn't, you know, up to where we thought. And then of course, Combat and Roadrunner and Peaceville and God, I can't remember, but all these companies that we wanted to gravitate towards, they weren't really interested in a big deal with us. They couldn't pigeonhole us. We weren't like Testament and Violence and Exodus, and we weren't like Morbid Angel and Deicide and Morgoth and Pestilence. We were like this weird hybrid of shit, and they didn't know where to put us. And so because of that, we didn't get the offers we were looking for. And so we just decided to finance our own thing. It's like, cause we were up against it. We're like, okay, now, you know, we did the first demo in 86, we did the second demo in 87, we're coming up in 88, and we wanted to update our sound. And we were just like, man, we're not doing 3 demos, you know, let's just turn that idea of going into the studio into the premiere album, you know, the freaking, let's do it for real and just finance it. You know, we did all kinds of weird things. My mom worked she didn't work in the hospital, but she worked in the supply division for this hospital that offered these visual, what do you call, you know, we were like guinea pigs. We would go in and we got $125 each to go do these tests with headphones and look at a screen and do weird, and we were just doing all kinds of weird shit. And we just built up the money and financed our own thing. And we went and we followed in Hex's footsteps. We went to a studio in Richmond and used a guy named John Marshall, who went on to play guitar for a brief time in Metal Church, but when we had met him, he was Kirk Hammett's guitar tech for Metallica. Oh, wow. But he was dabbling in the engineering stuff, and Hex was friends with him, and that was John Marshall's first venture behind a desk manning the whole thing for an album production was one of Hex's records. And so we just went, boom, same combo. Let's go to the same studio with John Marshall. And because he was new, the prices were low, and we were able to just do the whole thing. We recorded and mixed with John, and like I said earlier, the album cover was just basically a glorified kegger party flyer that we put some kind of logo around, and we just pieced it together ourselves. And we found a vinyl replication company for cheap, and it was just like a big demo, but it was vinyl. Yeah. And we just did it ourselves, and we actually applied for our own business license. We became Sadus Records because, selling demo tapes with a $5 bill in the envelope is easy, but when you put out an album, people start writing checks out to Sadus, and you can't cash those at the bank. So we had to get Sadus Incorporated, and so we could cash checks made out to Sadus. So we became Sadus Records, and we put out our own record. And the first batch was 2,500, and we sold those, and we had enough money. And then after that, every batch was an even 2,000. And I think we're on our fifth pressing, and we went to Testament lawyers. They were entertainment lawyers, and we brought in a giant duffel bag of fan mail and album orders, and just stuffed this huge canvas army surplus bag of just fan interest. Stuffed it full, and we just presented our case. We're like, look, we've sold 8,000 copies of our own vinyl on our own, cutting cardboard and duct taping and writing addresses, sending them all around the world. We were like a little production unit. After we had band practice, we'd sit in there and just do album orders and send them out. And we had a huge bag. And we're like, look, the people like us. We're not delusional. We have fans. We have a growing here, but the companies aren't looking at us. And that's when Roadrunner noticed, and they stepped up and they said, okay, these guys they do have a following, and they're very motivated. So they offered us a contract that we liked, and we signed it. And the first album we did for them was Swallowed in Black in 1990. And immediately after that, they bought up our first album and released it under their label under our cassette version title, which was Chemical Exposure, which is kind of a weird clusterfuck situation with them. But so our first album came out second with Roadrunner.
Well, yeah, dude, that's wild, right?
Yeah.
So I actually had a question, as far as you being saying fuck it, the labels aren't paying attention to us, we have to self-finance this and start from grassroots in the 80s. Does that just mean you're going to sell them at shows and you're going to tape trade? Is that the two things that those mean? Is that what that means? Okay.
Totally.
Definitely.
Every time we went to watch somebody play, no matter who was coming through, if it was just a big local show or if a national, we were all stacked with vinyl, and we would walk in a show, we'd stick them up the back of our jacket so we'd look like idiots walking through security, and we would network. We would sell them for a beer, we'd sell them for a joint, we'd trade them for someone else's tape, we'd give them out for favors. They were like business cards, huge 12 by 12 fucking vinyls were going around the venue, and we were pushing it, man. We were all salesmen, and we had to get the word out, and that album was our, it was our business card, and that finally got us a big contract with Roadrunner. They signed us for I don't remember. It was a multi-album deal, which we didn't fulfill, but yeah,
shit happens.
But they gave us, we got a huge budget for our first record with them. We went to Fantasy Records in Berkeley. It was like this beautiful high-rise studio. They do movie soundtracks there, and Testament had done Souls of Black. They did it there with Michael Rosen, I think was the assistant engineer to Alex Perialis, or I might be mixing names. Don't hold me to that. But the point is Testament had been in Fantasy Records working with Michael Rosen, and so we went right in there. Darren turned out to be the big Testament fan in the band, and said, their success is working. Testament had an MTV video. They were on FM radio, so they were doing pretty good at the time. And we wanted to hit that combination, and we spent a lot of money. That was a very, very expensive studio, and we blew our budget in there. But it was fun. We felt like Yeah, from being self-financed, from doing visual research to earn the money, to kicking back in fantasy records, looking at, crazy pictures on the wall and gold records of crazy.
I just love the drive of you guys showing up with all your fan mail and shit and just being like, what's up, dude? Like, this is what's going on our end. Like, you want a piece of this? This is where it's at right here.
Well, I mean, you could brag and boast about who likes you, but when we unzipped it and poured it out with visual effect in front of these entertainment, we're like letting it just fall out, and we're like, pick up any piece you want and read it. If this is legit, it was visual proof. We're like, dude, we're not making this shit up. Like we have thousands of fans, and I think the potential was there, and we were worth the risk, and when we were showing them, like, this is our daily thing, man. We're like a mini post office in there every day sending shit out. And I don't know how many other bands were doing that, but we felt like we deserved to be up at least with the pack,
Yeah, it's like a bunch of people were doing the tape trading, but you guys like went a step forward and actually got your shit pressed and fucking released your shit properly.
Yeah, and because of that, we did every fucking micro millimeter of it our way, and so we had set ourselves, we became experienced. We knew what was up. We knew about vinyl pressing. We knew artwork, and we knew that shit. So when Roadrunner signed us, man, we annoyed the shit out of them because we were involved in every step. And we wanted to get on our way.
You knew what happened in the back.
Yeah, they're expecting to sign some like band that doesn't know what they're talking about. Like, yeah, whatever, just sign this thing and just shut up and fucking we'll take the money.
We'll just hit them with some fucking legal jargon, then they'll be confused and they won't pay attention.
Well, they did that too.
Yeah.
We signed. We were back in the batch of the bands that signed the bad contracts, the ones where they cross collateralize the record advancement, the recording advancement against your royalties, but then they combine the merchandise, which is all inclusive. It was called Blue Grape back then, if you remember Roadrunner.
Oh, I remember.
Yep. I remember that. It was a mail order.
So they masterminded, like, oh, we will do your t-shirts too, and that the sales of that is paying back the album budget. And then like, oh, we got these great tour offers for you. And we're like, fuck yeah, man, this is royalty. Here's your advance. We're paying for your bus and your plane tickets and your equipment rental and everything. Like, oh man, we're styling. Well, that's cross collateralizing, and every album that we're selling drop by drop is paying that debt.
So is that like a 360?
Just never get out of debt.
Is that what they're called, or a 360?
Is that what?
A 360 deal? Is that something where they get a piece of everything?
Probably. I never heard that term, but it makes sense.
Yeah, that's like that's like a newer style of what he's talking about. That's like
they just get a piece of everything. Whether
it's like it's definitely like the younger bands, like a Metal Blade will sign a band and be like, we'll give you a 360 deal, but it's like basically a shitty deal. But it's like, if you do well the first album, they sign you for like a 6-album deal, something crazy.
But they're like, you perform, we get a cut. You sell merch, you get a cut, and all that.
Yeah. It's like, we'll put our logo on your guys' CDs and put it everywhere. But like, I mean, you get like, $5 a week, like at best, you know what I mean? It's like
guys like us are just wanting the distribution, dude. We just want
the headache of doing all that.
The fact that people want to give us money to make our art and then put it out for us, that's all I care about.
But as a kid, as like we're talking about, like in Steve's like age when he's like doing this shit, like we were.
Yeah, this is Steve's career we're talking about.
This is like
I align cars all day and I fucking growl on.
No, I'm talking about like his young hunger when like we all had that kind of hunger with us too. Like, whatever, dude. I've dumpstered, 8 out of dumpsters to fucking survive and fucking tour life. You know what I mean? It's like things I would never dream of doing nowadays. Like back then, it's just like, whatever, dude. Fucking gotta do it. Like, it's just what we gotta do. Like, you're gonna be a bitch. You're gonna do it. You know what I mean? It's like basically turned into one of those things.
Step up to the plate or get the fuck out.
But dude, what Steve's talking about is he's actually at a time where you could make some fucking money being an underground technical thrash death band.
Yeah, and we watched it happen. There was a big batch of us, like us, Malevolent Creation, Exhorter. There was a lot of us that were just kind of cataloged and forgotten about, because we weren't really keeping up with Deicide, Sepultura, and so on. That shit was hitting big, and even right off the bat, you know, I was already the guest bass player for Human album by Death, and they were pumping that, you know, and you know, Death, you know, at one point I was doing press for Vision of Misery in '92, I think. I was in New York in the office doing interviews all day, and someone had said, hey, you know, only US sales, not worldwide, but US sales. I think Slayer was at 500,000, Sepultura was at 300,000, and Death was like 290 or something like that. Like that was the peak of the underground, you know. And they were telling me, and they knew that I had performed on that album of Human, and it was great news because those numbers were huge in those days, you know. And for underground bands that are selling 8,000, 12,000, you know, you hit 20, you're pretty good. You get up to 80, oh my God, you're probably, you know, you got your own crew by then.
Yeah.
So, you know, someone like Death, that's up in 200,000-300,000, you know, Sepultura was crushing it. And then the ceiling was Slayer at that point. And, you know, they were trying to push that. But, you know, Sadus was a real niche kind of thing. If we could get all our fans in the world in one area, we'd be huge. But the problem is they're just spread thin.
Spread apart.
So Sadus has had very, very loyal following, incredible fans and support. It's just, it never hit hard like those bands, you know, like Obituary and then, yeah, like I said, like Deicide and everything. It wasn't there. So
it hit hard enough for a guy like me to, you dig enough, you're going to find it, and you're going to realize that this is one of those gems that most people should know about from that era, because like A Vision of Misery was my first introduction to you guys, and hearing that, like, to be honest, I'm going to be totally fucking honest, I had no idea about Sadus. I thought you guys were from Florida because of like the sound. It almost like had a Scott Burns sound, even though you guys didn't record that with Scott Burns, correct? You guys were over here.
Yeah.
But it still kind of like felt like what was going on over in Florida at the time, you know. But either way, like listening to Sadus now, many times after that, I realized like Sadus does have a very unique contribution to what was going on in the flourishing and blossoming of subgenres of metal at that time, you know, and the crossover with Chuck and Autopsy and all this shit. Like, dude, I'm overwhelmed right now. But what I wanted to get back to was, you mentioned Human. So you had the almost with Scream Bloody Gore, and then you get the redemption with Human. So how does that come about?
Well, I mean, from the time that we met the Death guys, you know, when they called our phone number off the demo cassette, all the way up until Chuck moved back to Florida after the release of Scream Bloody Gore, we had done a lot of hanging out. We were total friends. I mean, the Sadus crew, the Death guys, we were like one group. Mm-hmm. He felt just as comfortable with me as he did the whole Sadus band. Awesome. I was just the one thing I had was I was the guy that jammed in his lineup. But I mean, he was buddies with all
that void that he had in his
common denominator. But and then he moves back to Florida, and he told Chris he could stay in the lineup, but he needed to come to Florida, and Chris needed to finish high school. And you know, think about a 17-year-old, like, oh, am I going to uproot and go, you know, Chris it was a brutal decision for a kid. That's a
big move. Yeah.
Yeah. And so he just said he didn't want to do it, especially the way Chuck went about it. He just said he was flying home for his birthday and he was coming back in a week. And then after avoiding 900 phone calls, I think it was after about a month or two, he finally answered. And it was just like, oh yeah, well, I'm staying. We're like, whoa. You know,
well, that kind of goes back to you, like talking to how he just was kind of shy and didn't really voice himself at certain times.
Yeah, totally.
So
yeah, he didn't let on that he wasn't coming back. So we thought he was coming back in a week, like you said, and he just didn't. And he didn't try to bail on Chris. You know, he told him he was his drummer and he wanted him there. And there was some point earlier on where they both had spent some time in Florida. So Chris had been there actually at a very young age, and he kind of pictured it. And he was just like, it just wasn't his thing. And so they just kind of went their own way. And we just kind of lost touch,
Mm-hmm.
And he kicks out Leprosy, and we listened to it, and it was hit or miss. I think the biggest detractor from us really geeking out on it was the production. It wasn't, I mean, Chuck sounded good. He was belting out vocals, and the riffs were cool and everything. It was definitely an evolution from Scream Bloody Gore. We could hear he had his shit down, but the production was weird. It was maybe too polished, or so. We were still kind of raw cavemen, underground kind of guys, and we didn't really vibe with Leprosy, so we just kind of drifted away. It was just a memory. And with Chris just all of a sudden just sliced out of his path, he just, all of a sudden it's like he's just a lone man hanging out with Sadus. And there's no rehearsal split going on. And I introduced him to two of my buddies I had gone to school with for years. They were both named Eric. Eric and Eric were buddies, and they seemed, I thought maybe he could find some kind of camaraderie in these guys because they were very similar. They both like heavy metal. They both smoked hella weed, and they were into like gore movies and all that stuff that Chris liked. And I just needed to be this kind of matchmaker. To be just help poor Chris. He just lost his buddy, and all of a sudden he's got no band, and it's just poor guy who just hanging out by himself. And so he introduced him to Eric and Eric, and immediately that's how they formed Autopsy, because one Eric played guitar, one Eric played bass. Boom. Chris on drums, and Chris decided to do vocals. So they were a 3-piece. In their first demo, I don't know the name of it, but the first demo was just Eric, and Chris. And
I always give mad respect to drummers who do vocals while they're drumming. It's like, you guys,
kind of weird.
You gotta fucking breathe. Like, it's like a workout for you guys. Plus vocals, it's like it doesn't make sense. Like doing the treadmill and trying to fucking sing a song at the same time.
Keeping your cardio up. You got to keep your cardio way up if you're gonna do something like that.
Yeah.
Well, who's the drummer? Because I noticed earlier Joel mentioned he's a bass player, and Anthony, you're the singer. So
Casey Howard right here.
Oh, typical drummer, keeping quiet the whole time. You like Ringo Starr over there, just keeping quiet the whole time.
Sorry for interrupting so much, guys.
He's chilling in his octopus garden, dude.
Yeah.
In the shade.
Once you release me, you'll regret it, dude. So I was talking up a storm last episode, and sometimes I'm hiding in my little cave. I'm like an octopus when I come out.
Yeah, you're like just a ball of rage waiting to explode.
Yeah, exactly.
He takes it out on the drums, and then after he plays drums, he's like just mellow.
Dude, you don't even know that, like, the text messages I've been getting, like, what the fuck? You have Steve DiGiorgio coming on the podcast? Like, I'm just like, yeah, dude, I know, it's insane. Like, it's like, it's
it is insane.
It is pretty crazy.
There just like, they're like, can't comprehend it. They're like,
what's awesome is like every time I hear like, oh, Steve DiGiorgio's playing bass on an album, I'm like, oh, fuck yeah, it's gonna be good. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know. Like, it'll be like, like, well, actually, one of my favorites, like, random off of everything that you've done is Quo Vadis.
I was gonna do.
I was waiting for it.
I love it. I was
waiting for it. Yeah, I was waining.
Dude, you don't understand how many times we've listened to that album. You don't.
It was pumped frequently at the Furniture Dome.
Yeah, how did you hook up with those guys? Like, I mean, obviously they're over in Montreal, right? How did you like connect with those guys?
That's time warp to that.
Yeah, just answered the phone. I had
really
no clue who they were or anything about them. They just called me and went, "Hey, we like the 2 Death albums you played on. We'll pay you money. Come do that shit in our band."
Yeah, okay. So
but
like Bart or whatever.
Yeah, Bart.
Yeah,
Bart and Yannick, and it was really weird. And that story is really trippy because when we coordinated the recording of the album, so they sent me a batch of their songs, like, here it is, you can start absorbing it and stuff. But I had a big testament tour to do, and I listened to it a little bit. I put it on and I could hear the craziness of it, but there was no way, I'm not Gene Hoglan. I can't just learn shit that way. I need visual. And I knew it was crazy. And so I just said, well, when I get to it, I get to it. And the plan was to help save the money is on the way back from Europe, I'd stop in Montreal and do the session and then go home. Well, I have never done that again. The last thing you want to do is cram course in a studio after a fucking tour. I showed up with bronchitis.
Yeah.
I was sick as fuck. I was tired. Never met the guys, and it was way over my head. It was super overwhelming. No gas in the tank, trying to learn their fucking Canadian algebra, man.
You're like, I'm used to that Hawaiian alphabet, dude.
yeah, there's too many.
Actually, this
Exactly,
this is years before the obituary thing. But what year is it? I think 2003 maybe.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
I had no idea that was you on that album until just now, and that blows my mind.
Listen to it again, and then you're gonna realize, yes, that is very much.
I thought it was. I just know there's a bunch of Canadian like fretless bass gods. I was like, oh, it's one of those guys.
No, it was Forrest. Forrest did
Forrest filled in for me because I was just studio session before they picked up Forrest to do live stuff, and then all those guys that you're talking about, like Hugo and
yeah.
So I spawned them all.
Yeah, because they all did actually.
But when you hear that, just remember I'm running on E on bronchitis on that fucking album, dude. It was brutal. I would
Insane.
Me and Bart would work on the stuff in his apartment, and
Bart,
and I would just put my disc man and just play and I just pass out on this futon. And then he would just open the door hey, you want some breakfast? I'm like, breakfast? What the fuck? I'm like,
where the fuck am I?
I would just put it back in and just I don't know it. And I was struggling, man. I honestly, I'll tell you, I don't think I really have mentioned this in any interviews. Fortunately, it's ancient history and it has a good ending, but that was the first time I called home and said, I think I'm going to bail. I'm not cutting it. There's no way I can pull this off. And I was sick, man. I didn't have,
totally.
And fresh off a tour too of another band. You're just like, fuck, dude, so burnt.
And Bart was cracking the whip, man. I mean, because they were paying me money, he was getting his fucking pennies worth out of me, man. And I just felt like the vibe wasn't happening. It just, and my wife just goes, "Oh, that's too bad. Have you ever quit anything before?" And I go, "No." She goes, "Well, you're not now. Get to work." And I was like,
"There she is. That's why she's your wife, bro."
Yeah.
And so I just kept working hard, and it got better and better because we went 2-3 hours north and come back up to this cabin. I wish I had this picture hanging on my wall of this studio. It's a fucking cabin with a deck over this lake surrounded in pine forest, just north. I mean, bear, wolverine, and a couple, French trappers running around up there. I mean, it's fucking wilderness. In fact, when it freezes over in the winter, you don't take the road to the studio. You take the road to the other side of the lake and snowmobile across with your gear. I mean, this thing's remote. And the guy who runs it is Pierre, the guitar player from Oblivion, which is a huge part of my history. Became friends with the Bolivian guys early on, mid 80s, whatever, or whatever, 80, okay, late 80s, whatever. But, so Pierre is a friendly face. I'm with Bart the whole time. I don't know this guy, and he's cracking the whip, and I'm sick, and I'm struggling. And all of a sudden Pierre appears, and it was just familiar face. And the dude is totally laid back, just like, "Mr. Steve, don't worry. We will record everything, but first, you." And so, I'm coughing blood and shit, fucking burning this weird Canadian vibe. But we get through it, man. And then all of a sudden the drummer who just moved to USA comes up on a flight on the last day to hang. And all of a sudden this dude is smiling, high-fiving me, fucking doing cartwheels, "Oh, that's just great. Oh, dude, I see what you're doing there. Now, if you did this on the next one," I'm like, "Hey, good idea. Fuck." And all of a sudden the improvising is flourishing and the creativity is flowing. And I'm like, this dude got a good sunshine
and
vibe,
you said he's this is the drummer.
The drummer.
So dude, it's like bass players and drummers. You guys know how to fucking.
I mean, it's just the old adage, it's like it's always based like the rhythm section, It's just pretty much they vibe.
It's the real deal,
dude. I mean, from the first five. So Pierre was like, pressure relief to me, and then this drummer shows up, and it was like all of a sudden I'm not sick anymore. I'm knocking shit out. And it just turned into a celebration,
that energy, and that energy.
And some of the most weird stuff you heard on the album was in presence of Yannick. And it was like,
wow.
You know, we had prepared stuff, and then this guy shows up, and then all of a sudden I'm doing different shit, but it wasn't harder. It didn't slow it down. It sped it up because I'm a natural born improviser, and this guy's just throwing me ideas, and we're just throwing it. Yeah. And it just became this exciting thing. And so at the end of the night, when he's, I got to go back to the hotel and fly back to the US, I'm like, dude, you're my guy. Like, where have you been? Like, why am I working? And me and Bart got along great. Me and Bart got along super great, super nice guy. We worked together, but he's just serious. He's an intense guy. Mm-hmm. And the drummer shows up, and it was just like this freaking, I got, you know, birds and hearts and cupids going around my head. And, you know, you hear the little harp music in the background. I'm like, where have you been, dude? I could have used you. And so that was the beginning. That's Yannick Bercier, who runs the studio in Knoxville. And I've gone back there now so many times. Me and Yannick are friends to this day. We've done Gone in April together. You know, we've done 3 of those albums and tons of video shoots. And I've done a couple odd sessions in his studio. And that whole connection of me and Yannick was, you know, built right there in Pierre's studio up in the forest. So, the Quo Vadis thing, very, very important in my history. It could have just been a fly-in miserable session. You know, maybe the result turned out good, but in my memory, it could have maybe gone badly. But because of Yannick making an appearance, it's huge. You know, we've done a lot of work together and became super good friends. So
that's super fucking cool, dude.
Yeah. The drummer,
he's a great drummer, by the way.
Is Yannick the drummer? Yannick isn't the drummer though. Yeah, he's not the.
No, he was the drummer with the short hair, right? In the videos and stuff. Yeah,
Yannick was the drummer.
So those videos we used to watch back in the day that we were obsessed with. Our friend Josh.
We had the DVD.
All the time. The DVD, the live DVD, dude. So check out that live DVD. What's it called?
I forget. It's at the Medley in. Remember the Medley?
Oh, it's at the Medley.
Is it just live in Montreal?
Montreal. Yeah, live in Montreal. Yeah, and dude, I mean, they're all amazing. But the drummer that we're talking about, Yannick, is like perfect live. It's like really crazy, and he's like, you know, it's like that just really precise kind of style. So good.
Yeah, he's actually his profession. He's actually a scientist.
That's what I was going to ask. That's what I was going to ask. I was going to be like, was he a scientist? Because you said he is.
He works for Siemens. He's involved in calibrating like these. He's going to kill me for not calling it the right thing, but it's like CAT scan type.
MRI machine,
MRI stuff.
Yeah, but even even more crazy. Like he's the fucking scientist that aims all those sensors to hit right on the fucking XY axis and all this shit. Like he's got that brain, super brain. I mean, not just a smart musician. He's an incredibly smart human. And then he runs his own studio as a professional level studio there in Knoxville. Records tons of bands there, and he's very involved in the youth scene. A lot of young bands come to him. He's kind of a mentor and. Yeah, an awesome, sweet human being. So the Quo Vadis thing set that up, and here we are, you know, and he's great. Yannick is the man, dude.
I was gonna say a NASA scientist or rocket fucking guy used to always go to the pound too.
Okay, so actually, this is super funny you bring this up because I've run into him 2 times in the last 2 weeks.
Really?
Yeah, his name's Bob.
Bob. That's his name, Bob.
And so he's known as, he's just at every metal show. This dude that's like, you know, everyone's just like
always wearing his leather
jacket, like bald dude, old guy with like he's got
Metal Bob.
It's still long.
Metal Bob.
Metal Bob. You know Metal Bob?
He's kind of older, like way older.
Yeah, he is.
He
was gray like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Dude, he works for NASA?
So I talked to him actually 2 weeks ago about this. I can't believe I didn't even.
So I'm about to the rumor's wrong, huh?
No, it's not wrong. He contracted for them to do some things once, but he's not like working for them. Because I saw him at a show and I was like, because it just was a familiar face from the Pound in San Francisco, and I was like, wow, it's fucking one of those old like dudes that I used to see at the Pound all the time is right here. So like I'm like fanboying over him. I'm like, dude, when I was a kid, I used to like you were at every show standing behind me, just going like, doing the Bob thing.
I've been in plenty of hangouts with him, just hanging out with us, dude.
Yeah, no, I literally like random shows in Santa Cruz. He drives down, he just shows up for like a random thrash band that's playing. Like he'll just show up, and actually saved him from a pretty brutal mosh pit about a week or two ago. Like he got nailed, and I caught him, and I brought him back to the yeah. But no, he's still going, man. He looks exactly the same. He's exactly the same dude. Yeah, he's still just at the shows, buying the merch, being he's like literally like probably the most dedicated metal fan that's ever existed. Probably, I think he's been doing it for how many years, and he's at every fucking show. On a Wednesday, I went to that show. It was a Wednesday in Santa Cruz.
We're all over the place, but now I'm thinking about something else that I wanted to bring up to you, Steve.
Enough about
Dragonlord's Rapture. Did you perform live with them on that? So there was a Morbid Angel Deicide tour. Did you play bass on that tour? No,
that was Derek.
Okay,
Eric's cousin Derek.
That was actually my first show at the Pound ever. I was 16 years old. Morbid Angel, Deicide, Dragonlord, Soylent Green. And then finding out you played on that record, I was like, oh shit, maybe Steve was there for my first fucking show at the Pound, but no.
No. I did the recording with Eric, and then I told him it wasn't my thing, that the whole face painting black metal thing. It was fun in the studio, and I was brand new in Testament. We had just finished the gathering, and I'm not going to say it felt like a requirement, but it felt kind of obliged. Like Eric needed a bass player, and he asked me to do it, and not that it was twisting my arm. I mean, it was easy to go in the studio, and I had a good rapport with Eric, and it was just recording, and it was real easy to do. So it was also easy to say yes, and it was cool. It sounded great. But the black metal thing in general, that's so far from me. And
yeah, I mean, it's not, to me, it's not really like the be all end all of fucking black metal either. I was just bringing it up because that was like the first live show.
No, but when he started talking about, like, he wanted to push it really into that direction, and I told him it wasn't my thing, that he would be better off getting someone that was into that instead of, I could never put the stuff on my face. It wasn't my thing. So
pretty funny with the bandana with that, and then the black metal.
Yeah, dude.
Flip flops and
khaki
shorts and
don't even bring up flip flops.
Cali Death fucking drop. I'm a flip flop fanatic, bro. And
he wears them on
stage. I wear them on
stage
and
so
shit.
On the plane ride back from England, I told him, it was I had to kind of quit. It wasn't quitting, but I had to kind of remove myself from the project, like long process to not break his heart or anything, and tell him that it would be better for him to get somebody that was into it. And he goes, well, do me a favor. He goes, I'm putting together our first show is going to be it was at the Pound. So you're close, Anthony. But he said, I'm going to make all the proceeds go to James Murphy's medical fund. That's when James was going through his tumor and his whole eye removal and everything. And he goes, just do that, because I don't have time to look for anybody. And nobody in the lineup for that very first show used the corpse paint or anything, but it was the same exact lineup on the Rapture album. We went, stood on the stage and played the whole set. And I did the first Dragonlord show, but we had agreed on the plane ride home that, that would fulfill everything. And everything still remained cool with Testament and everything. So I did the first record, and I did the first show, and then saw myself out the door peacefully, and and it turned out good, because Derek came back on board, and he was fully into the whole image, and he did a good job. And Derek and Eric are cousins, they're first cousins. So they started Testament, they called it the Legacy, but they jammed off and on over the years. So it worked out good, but it wasn't my thing. It was, like I said, it was fun, 4 days in the studio to do it.
The only real reason why I brought it up was these first that I talk about. You talk about the Testament and the Gathering. The Gathering was my first Testament record. I know that's later on in their discography, but I'm born in 84, so like metal came at me when it came at me, and the Gathering was the first Testament record that I heard.
Yeah, you're 15 years old at the oldest.
Yeah, but before we get into that, I just want to hear the human shit. I think we stepped right over that. I just want to hear like how that became like, okay.
Yeah, we kind of left off because, so Chuck bails back to Florida. And like I said, we checked out Leprosy. We weren't really into it. Spiritual Healing comes out, sounds great. In fact, probably my favorite Death record. It just, the sound of it is awesome. It's brutal.
It's one of those bridge records for me, like from the old Death to the new Death. That's the bridge record right there.
Yeah. So I never forgot my friendship with Chuck. Nothing bad ever came out of him going back to Florida. It was just time and distance, but never a bad vibe, never a bad feeling. But when Spiritual Healing came out, man, it was kind of like, almost like, oh man, why didn't he do this shit here? This is great. I mean, that was fuck. And then they go on tour with Pestilence, and I'm pretty sure it might have been Carcass. Anyway, they came back through the Bay Area. Chuck's first time back through. Of course, we go out there en masse, all the Sadus guys, the Posse.
The same posse?
Yeah. Just the whole thing, and he's just overwhelmed, man. He's seen this whole scene reappear, and he's like, oh, man, I miss my days. And so that kind of, showed there was no hard feelings on the way he bailed in his weird way. And it's years later anyway, and everything's cool. And so about a year later, Sadus is on tour with Obituary and Sepultura, and we start the tour through Florida, and we got a day off in Orlando, and Chuck comes and picks all four of us up. All four Sadus guys, goes to the house, and we just fucking crash on his living room floor. But all night we're just drinking beer, eating pistachios, watching like Watchtower videos, and just having a great time. And I don't know if it was there or maybe it was on the tour bus or something, but he was talking about he had just completely axed his whole lineup. Bill, Terry, James had already been gone, and had somebody else fill it in. Maybe it was Paul or somebody, but they went to Europe without him. They were just trying to fulfill the contract, but Chuck's point of view was his band, and they took his livelihood, his product over to Europe without him. And huge disrespect. The band's thinking like, oh, we got to fulfill this contract. Well, what it did was fulfill their severance, because Chuck axed everybody out, and he was starting over with a brand new lineup. And I was giving him the old elbow I was like, well, when you do your next album, come to California, thinking like, well, if he's there, we could hang out some more. Maybe I could watch the recording. And it was kind of more of like a, just old time's sake thing. Poor naive me. I didn't know that elbow meant get me. I was just saying, come hang out. And so we leave Florida, and we're working our tour up north. We get up to Milwaukee. We get to the Milwaukee Metal Fest, and the organizer comes up to me and he goes, hey, congratulations, you're in the Death lineup. I'm like, what? I go to the production office, pick up the phone, call Chuck. I'm like, hey, what's up? He's all, oh, dude, you hear the news? I'm like, what do you mean news? And he goes, yeah, I got the Cynic drummer, and I want you to play bass on the new album. I'm like, fuck, about fucking time, man.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, yeah.
And so I was like psyched. I had to do the rest. I had to finish the whole rest of the fucking Sadus tour thinking like, man, I'm going to play with Chuck again. So next spring rolls around. I go to Miami, and there's two Cynic guys involved, in me and Chuck's riffs. And wow, what an experience, man. Those two Cynic guys were 19 years old. Paul had turned 20 officially before the album. So, but Sean was 19 fucking years old, and me and Chuck were 23. And the music that came out of that session is something else, man.
Something else, dude. It really is. And when I mentioned it earlier, all the guys that I, as a vocalist, have come across and worked with in my career, everybody, Death Human, Death Human, Death Human, Death Individual Thought Patterns, Death Human, Death Individual Thought Patterns. Like those two albums, dude, have always been the albums that these crazy guitar players that I come across in my life, they're always like, those are the fucking Death albums, and you're the fucking bass player on that shit, dude. And it always blew my mind, like watching, like, for example, I just rewatched it. There's a 91 rehearsal of you, Chuck, Paul, and Sean, and you guys are fucking killing it. You're like the closest one to the dude whoever is recording it. Like it's you and then everybody else is in the background. So you're kind of just like standing. One thing that I wanted to ask was like, nobody talks in that. Like nobody's talking to each other. It's just kind of like jamming and the song ends. Everybody's kind of doing their own thing. And then like something happens and another song starts, dude. There's no communication really.
Who knows, dude? I mean, because we were a room full of hams. I mean, it was probably just because we were aware of there was a camera. Maybe we were a little bit shy.
Totally.
Okay.
Probably completely blazed out of our gourd. So we were a little bit, paranoid.
Did Chuck smoke weed? Did Chuck smoke?
God, dude.
Yeah, nice, dude.
Just the way he talks, though, he sounds like the typical, like the California Stoney kind of guy. Like,
and Paul and Sean, everybody was just stoned while you guys were fucking doing that shit.
Blaze.
Yes.
Gonzo. Yeah, people have described Chuck a mixture of a surfer mixed with like a valley girl or something.
yeah.
I see that,
his voice, yeah.
They always try to place the region of it has nothing to do with the region. There's no one in Orlando that sounds like that.
Yeah.
Like however he learned how to talk like that, I don't know. Maybe
I feel like it's got California influence a little bit.
I was gonna say, may have picked it up over
like,
here,
like
dude.
mixture of that with like the Florida. It's like some sort of. Yeah.
It's possible, but I think that shit's just organic. I think that just came out of him, man. He's like a real life Spagoli. It's just, dude, Mr. Hand on my time. I mean, Chuck was like,
totally. Yeah.
Chuck was like, dude, these riffs are brutal. I'm not about devils and demons. I like puppies and kitties. I mean, it was just, it was unique to him, man.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Dude.
What are you girls doing?
No, I was.
Wait, we got some pets?
Yeah, I think they're gonna go out.
What kind of pet? We got a dog or a cat?
2 dogs.
Yeah.
Come here, girl.
We're pet friendly, dude. Let's say hi to them.
Go ahead and take them out if you got to.
Come here.
If they gotta go out.
Yeah, dude. If you need to take them out,
let the dogs piss.
Yeah, we're chilling.
Fuck yeah, it's a picture.
Doberman, yeah.
Oh yeah.
What's up, dude?
Those are so sweet. Oh,
Were you in Snoop Dogg's video in '93?
Come on.
Is it 2 Dobermans?
Yeah.
That's awesome, man.
The unique white Doberman is just stunted at birth.
Nice. Yeah.
She's 13, almost 14. This little girl.
Damn, that's a big Doberman, dude.
Man, I want my Taco Bell and shit.
Yo quiero Taco Bell.
It totally looks like him.
Oh, totally. Yeah. That's so awesome that you got a Doberman and a fucking Chihuahua, bro.
Yeah.
Like they're homies too, probably, right?
Oh yeah. They've been sleeping together the whole time.
That's so cool, dude.
Chilling out in here.
Oh, Rufus. Where's Rufus?
Shout out
at?
to Rufus. He has a cone. He had surgery yesterday.
Surgery.
Oh, the cone of shame.
He's on he's on drugs right now, so he's like just.
I had some gnarly surgeries and shit.
Yeah, he had surgery near his wiener, so
near his wiener and a couple cysts removed, right?
Dude, he's got a scar that scary.
Yeah, I saw. You showed me pictures, dude. It almost felt like dog porn.
Oh.
Well, all right then.
It's just like a big old Johnson, just like with
dude. It's like an inch long.
I know it's a big. It's a huge.
Rufus got a big dick for how small he is.
What kind of dog is he? It's hard to see.
He's a Cocker Spaniel, like mixed with like he has some Chihuahua in him, so he's like a short-haired King Charles with like.
He's a lap dog. He's a little
sass.
Guy.
Yeah.
He's got a personality for sure.
He's doing good though. He's on doggy meds.
That's cool. Poor little buddy. Hope he feels better.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's awesome that he has an owner that is, because dude, that's another thing too. Is like, I think about you as an owner taking your dog to go get a surgery that it needs. How many dogs that don't get the fucking surgeries that they need because their owners are pieces of shit, or they don't have enough money.
Yeah,
that's what I was gonna say. It's just
yeah.
financial shit too. It's not just pieces of shit. I go for piece. I'm sorry,
I know,
but
no, you're
some
right.
people just can't afford it, and but it's just like fuck, dude, that sucks, dude. Yeah,
I can't afford it either, but credit card. I just
it's like even
you know?
I know it's all
Just
care
eat it.
credit. I remember I've done that before. Where like
Yeah,
had a dog that got bit in the stomach, and they're like, I called what's his guitar player from Severed Savior, your band. I called him. He has a veterinarian, so I called him like, dude, this is happening right now. And he's like, take him to the vet right now. He might be going septic or something because I guess he got bit by a coyote or something. And I took him in, and he was just like vomiting and like, you know, it was like a fucking movie. But they're like, it could be like $7,000 for exploratory surgery to fix him, and there's about a 20% chance he'll live, or it's like $500 to put him down. And I was like, at the time, I was like fucking broke, and I was like, fuck. All right, well, I guess we have to put him down. Like I can't $5,000 I can't deal with right now. Just can't, it would bury me at the time.
Well, that's a lot.
And I was like,
money.
yeah. So it was just a brutal, like kind of like they put you in this like situation. It almost was like it was a weird situation at the vet, almost a little salesy, a little like, hey, like heartstrings money,
can be bad,
or you know what I mean? Like, and I was like,
this was only 600. I mean, that's like, it still sucks, but it's not like $5,000.
Oh, that's nothing. Yeah.
Yeah. Like Jesus Christ.
That's a rough shit, dude.
Well, people warn me. They told me these dobies will like eat anything, and then they get this intestinal obstruction. And so ever since she's a pup, I got monthly. I pay a monthly installment. She got full health coverage. So if she gets one of those $5,000 or $8,000 surgeries, I pay like $600 deductible.
Do you know? Not to, I mean, too off the subject of the podcast, but for pet insurance, I heard it was bullshit. Like it wasn't like didn't cover
all insurance is bullshit.
Well, no, but it wouldn't like actually like I heard for pets it like specifically that it doesn't really like cover it when it happens or something.
Well, you're talking about like normal, like an inclusive, like your own health insurance or something, or
yeah. Well, they were like, pay $12 a month for this pet insurance, and I was like, okay, yeah.
No, there's specific pet oriented health coverage out there. The one I use is called Trupanion, and they have you can even go to the website before you even sign up for it. You could like try shit, and they have this bar that you could slide. And it's according to how much you want to pay a month, and then it corresponds to your deductible. Obviously, the more you pay, the lower your deductible. But they actually have like a direct connection with a lot of local veterinarians, and if your vet's already on the list, like as soon as you sign up, like the shit's all taken care of in-house online and stuff, and you don't. I mean, your deductible's there, but they cover everything. And actually they'll tell you, because when I signed up this girl, she's 3 years old now. And when I signed her up, she was very young. And so then I was going to go put the Chihuahua on there. And with her age, they were like, look, we don't cover this. And I was like, well, I'm not paying a bunch of money a month for maybe something that'll never happen. So they told you straight up, like based on the age and all this crap. But with the Doberman, it was easy because she was young. She had limited history, no pre-existing or nothing. And so, and she's got more years ahead of her and stuff. So
totally.
And what I was saying earlier with insurance being totally bullshit, I was just joking.
It is.
Because
no, it is. No, a lot of that, that's why I was asking, because he actually said he had it. And it's like, he's like trusting in it. Like for me, people have told me like not to get it. So I'm like, I don't like, I'm pulled both ways. So
like, $12 a month, that's a ripoff. You're going to have, I think I got about it's $150 payment a month. And like I said, my deductible probably $600-700.
Is it $150 a month, you said?
Yeah.
Damn. Okay.
So it ain't easy, but
it's worth it though in the end, because you love it.
As Casey could tell you, man, all of a sudden something happens to your buddy, and all of a sudden they want $6,000 or something.
Totally.
And all of a sudden you're like, okay, well, I could get this $6,000 thing to save them by paying $600 or $700. That now that you're thinking like,
it's like it's your child. That's what it is. It's your children.
Yeah, you don't think about when you have a dog or a cat. You don't think about like that end game, like oh, they got sick or something. Like you don't think about that kind of thing until like your animal starts like giving weird symptoms, and you're like, and all of a sudden like your animal brain is like all protective, like, oh shit, what do we have to do? What are we gonna, you know what I mean? And I actually had that kind of recently where I have a cat, but it was like barfing everywhere. And I was like, he's like been there through my hard times and everything. He's been like, you know, this little buddy through breakups and all the gnarly shit. He's, you know, so like I see him and all of a sudden I got this like fear, like, fuck, I have to like, you know, like call out sick from work and like do all this shit and like pay like thousands of dollars. I have to do, you know, I was like down. I was like, fuck it, I have to do it. You know what I mean?
It's a crooked fucking profession. The veterinary system is brutal. How much they charge you to save this, you know. I mean, you would never make that decision with a parent or a brother or your own child. You know, that is not even a decision. You know, you're moving forward. But with your pet, it's this weird thing like, well, I can't afford it. I got to let it go. And it's just brutal because people, you know, your pets become part of your family and the attachment is equally as strong. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, I can't afford it. And the only option is, you know,
I had just to, I don't mean to be a downer, but you guys are reminding me like the reason why I don't have dogs now is because when I was younger, I was
go through that.
My parents made the shitty decision of going through a breeder and getting a pug, which is two of the worst combinations of things you can do as somebody who wants to own a dog, because the pugs don't last. Shit. The pugs don't last a long time, even if they're the most healthiest. They're like one of the lowest on the list, right?
Their attractive quality is a brutal mutation, and because of that, their health suffers. Yeah,
totally, dude. And they don't last nearly as long as any other dogs that everybody loves, you know. And I had two brutal experiences. They tried twice, dude. The first one was a boy, and his name was Pugsley, and he came from a super overbred family, and for some reason the males get affected more by this specific thing. It's funny, it's called pugsocephalitis or some shit like that. And it's literally
that's good.
But it's from over interbreeding, and they end up with like swollen brains that end up causing seizures and fucking foaming and all that kind of shit. He didn't even make a year, so he was out. Jesus. And then they went for round 2 on a girl, and Tasha made it 4 years. She made it 4 years, and then she was having such respiratory issues that we knew somebody who moved to Arizona who had her actual sister from the same litter, and she had no respiratory issues, so we sent her out to Arizona. So it was basically like another death. They're like, bye dog, okay, 4 years of being with you.
Yeah, those type of breeders that's what they call backyard breeders. They're giving the good breeders a bad name, because if you go to a good breeding facility and see how they do it, you realize that's the best pet you could get.
Yeah,
totally. You know, the breeders that do it right, they're breeding out the bad traits, they're breeding out the disease, they're looking for genetic mutations and not, you know,
looking for cash. That's all it is.
Yeah, I mean, they put animal A with animal B and make a bunch of C, D, E, and F's, and it's
kind of like growing weed, dude. It's kind of like growing weed.
Yeah,
exactly, like growing weed, man.
Except your weed doesn't like die or like you burn it, but anyways. But
nice try, Joel. But
speaking of weeds, we're in them hardcore right now.
Yeah, we're in the weed right now.
Again, back to the timeline real quick.
Yeah. I mean, I'm drinking. Cheers. I don't want to show you what I'm drinking.
I want to get it going so I can go take a leak and get another beer, but I want to hear more of like that getting ready for human shit, dude. And I'm realizing now, Steve, we're going to have a part 2 with you, dude. We're going to have a part 2. If you're down, like, cause we want to get into your newer shit, and how far are we into this now?
Well, I mean, you're specifically talking about 1991. That's not that far from 84 when we started.
I know, dude. It's like
you're like in 2003.
You're like a Joey Diaz. You're like a Joey Diaz, dude, where we got to pull out every detail in your life. So
the best was this morning. I was like, I want to kind of just look at Steve's. Like, I know he's been in like these big bands, whatever. I'll go look at his Wikipedia. And then I was was like counting. I'm like, oh, like 43 bands. Like it was like the list on Wikipedia was like, Jesus, you're on that album, F Full Duoth, all these like crazy like fucking bands. I was like, what the? That was
all right, but you're pulling them away from the human shit. I just want to hear the human story real quick, individual thought pattern story, all that stuff.
There's no real quick to either of those stories.
I know that's fine, dude. We're still here. We're here for the long haul as long as you want to be here.
Yeah. Yeah, human crazy. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that rehearsal. We because of the drum, well, out of the four of us, two of them were from Cynic. They had their rehearsal space in Miami. Drums are set up. So, I mean, I flew all the way in from California, so I was mobile, and it was easy enough for Chuck just to drive the 4 hours down from Orlando to Miami. And that's where they did that, whatever footage you saw.
I gotta say, sorry. I'm not sure that's you, Steve, in that footage, because when I looked up Death 1991 rehearsal, it's Scott Carino on bass, and
there's actually two going around. The one with me in it is pretty rare. The one that most people see is Scotty Carino on there.
Okay, so that's
was he wearing was he wearing a bandana? That's sort of a bitch.
Scott wouldn't wear a bandana, and he was as big as I am now. I was a string bean back then, and Scott was a little bit chubbier than me. Both had blonde hair.
A string bean. I remember a string bean.
Yeah, I think the main one, the better quality one, is Carino. But and I got used to telling people that wasn't me, and then someone sent it to me. I'm like, oh shit, there's me. So there is one that is going around that does have me in it, but it's a kind of a crappier one. I don't know what it's called.
I don't know which one I'm talking about then.
I think I found the one you might be in. It says it's at Chuck's house. That's where the rehearsal took place. So.
No, we never. Well, for human, no, we didn't. Chuck lived in an apartment back then.
Okay. Well, in any case, yeah, I couldn't find that particular video that Anthony's seen, but
I don't know where
he might have seen the one with Carino. Because
sick, dude.
In my memory, that's the one I had to tell people, not me, because even Scotty played on the MTV Lack of Comprehension video, and because he just has blonde hair and he's banging his head the whole time, some people don't really see the difference. And I've had to tell people, it's Carino.
I probably blew it. Well, I want to find the one, but I'm not.
No, there is one with me in there, because I never thought there was, and then someone sent me the link. I'm like, oh shit, there I am. So if it's still up, I don't know. I did see one, but it's a crappier one, and it sounds crappier. And Joseph, is the one that you're seeing with Carino, is that the one where Chuck is standing like right on the drum riser, face to face with Sean, basically, and you see his kind of short ass? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. He had super short shorts.
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
we do remember.
Just got out of the '80s, man. That's
I know. I'm just saying that's one of the details I do remember from the video.
Well, give me a second. I let the girl out.
All good.
All right. It's like one of the details is like the butt that he had. Like,
I just typed in Death Human Rehearsal, and it is the one tour rehearsal March 11th, 1991.
Yeah, I think that's Scott Carino on bass.
Okay, so I fucked up. My bad, guys. I mean, I didn't cite the video that I was talking about, so it doesn't.
Cite your sources. I mean, we're sitting with a professor
cite
here.
Your sources, dude. Be a journalist.
Yeah.
Hey, at least you didn't misspell Steve's name on the flyer.
Dude,
you did.
This is the most I've held my piss, like an episode. I've only pissed twice. I probably would have pissed like 6 times now. Oh, he's coming back. I'm going to go pee.
Oh, man. So yeah, actually I have a question about, like, you said that Paul Masvidal and Sean Reinert were super young kids coming in, like their talent level when you saw them, like, were you just blown away? Were they something that you had not seen, or like was it something that, like, yeah?
No, I was already a Cynic fan. When Sadus was in the studio, in that fantasy studio, doing Swallowed in Black, when we go to the lounge just to hang out, roll a doob or whatever, seemed like for some reason I was DJ. So I had a couple demos I had come across, and I don't know if it's the 88 or the 89 demo had Euroboric forms and stuff, had like cool artwork. It wasn't like a crappy demo, it was like a nice packaged demo of Cynic. And Paul was singing straight death metal style back then, and Tony Choi on bass just shredding, and all the Sadus guys liked that demo. And before we left on the SOS tour, Sepultura Obituary Sadus, I had a tiny influence to get a couple of my bands, my favorite bands, to open up some of the shows. And when I saw the Miami date, I told the Roadrunner guy, I said, hey, get Cynic on the show. So we played a crazy place in Miami called the Trash Can. And so Cynic opened the show. And after the show, we went out to eat some late night place. And that's where I got to like kind of talk to Sean and vibe with him just as a fan. Like I said, a couple of weeks before I got the news that we were destined to be on the same album. So quick introduction to the guys in a quick short bonding period, told them I'm an old fan, and of course they were into Sadus craziness, and so there was a short little hangout night where we got to know them. But so when I showed up to rehearse the songs for the studio, so we had that one night that we kind of met and got to know each other, and leading up to the album we had talked on the phone, and just gabbing like kids on the phone. And so, I wasn't brand new, but standing there witnessing, playing the same shit, I was blown away. Actually, I stayed at Sean's house. He had a spare room, and Sean's routine, usually what do? The first thing you wake up, you usually take a leak or something, get a drink of water. Sean's first thing was to get right out of bed and sit on the drum kit and play for like 1 or 2 minutes, just a quick little burst, and then he would stretch and yawn and go take his leak, brush his teeth, whatever. And so it didn't matter how long I could have slept. Every morning staying at Chuck's house or at Sean's house, that's what woke me up. Like, fuck, Sean's up. All right, let's get up. And he lived in a community that had like where all the backyards kind of surround a lake, and everybody has a little dock and stuff. It wasn't like a huge lake, so it wasn't like big boats. It was more kind of scaled down. So he had a little, I don't know, some kind of little boat, a little rowboat or some shit. Yeah. And we would come home from rehearsing, and he kept his weed in the freezer, and it was like had all this orange hair and just really crystallized. And
what we were looking for back then, dude, the orange hairs or the red hair.
I know. Like I said, the 80s, we had two kinds of weed. That's it. Good and bad.
If you had green and I go orange to Florida, hairs, you're fucking stoked.
Yeah, he's got this, because Florida was hard to get weed, and it was like imported from Georgia, and it was crazy. And it was like fucking 2 a.m. We walk down the hill and go on his dock, get in the rowboat, and we would just lay on different ends of this boat and just look at the stars late. I mean, it's like 89, 90 degrees in the middle of the night in Miami. Yeah, I mean, there's no real difference between day and night. It's just 24-hour short sleeve weather, and we're just floating on the water, just high, talking about comets and just
aliens and just shit.
just loaded and just floating there, and that's kind of the whole connection between me and him doing the album. I mean, it was just being zonked out of our brain and just in the studio playing shit like, dude, that's a comet, that's a fucking pulsar, man. Like fucking just loaded, man. And
that's
like
awesome, dude.
So fucking cool. Back then when we were in the studio, everybody recorded live, man, just like a rehearsal. It's like everyone played at the same time and all the mics were live. Okay, you could overdub vocals and you could overdub solos if you needed to, but back then the mindset and the technology level was a live recording. Yes, repairs could be done, overdubs could be done. It wasn't, we're not talking Beatles, Let It Be type shit, but it was old school, and that's how we recorded Human. But prior to the Human session, when we do these live recordings, you're getting your playback from the desk, and you always got to tell the guy, "Oh, give me more of me," or "I need." And nobody in the band wants more bass, except the bass player. And so every time I record in the studio, I could barely hear myself play. And here I am in Morrisound doing the human session. It's the first time I ever saw a fucking headphone monitor with knobs on it, you know, and we were well rehearsed for this album. We knew our shit. So I just turned Paul and Chuck off, and standing right next to the drum kit, I really didn't need him in my headphone mix because I had the volume right there standing by him. So really my whole headphone mix was just bass, because while we're playing, I hear the drums. So when I'm recording, I'm hearing bass and drums, and that's all I need. But I took the headphones off and set them on the thing, and we would always have visitors come in there and stuff. And, you know, Morbid Angel guys came hang out. And of course we'd have impromptu listening sessions, you know, check up how the new Death record's going and everything. You know, different guys would come through. And a couple of the Cynic guys came up, and Tony Choi, bass player, I totally admire, man, full of chops. We're standing out in the live room passing a doob or something, and a couple guys are in the control, so they hit play, and that triggers all the headphones, and my headphones are vibrating, man. Tony goes, picks them up, puts it on, and of course the playback is only bass now, because the way my knobs are set, it's only bass, you know, because I'm listening to live drums. And he's like, dude, these licks are sick, man. I don't even know what song this is. This is crazy. And so that's what I was listening to while we were playing, and just the tone. I had this really thick, overdriven SVT sound with my Rickenbacker, and there were times where I would kind of out of body experience, and I thought I was like Chris Squire from Yes, like just jamming these Yes tunes in a Death fucking context. And I mean, yeah, and we would stop, and the engineer would hit the talk band and go, all right, what happened? And we would just look at each other and just be like, I don't know. What are we playing? You know, like, fuck, take a break. And we'd go outside in the mosquitoes, and whew, we're loaded. So we go back in and like, okay, focus.
Yeah.
That was our mantra, because we would just get so absorbed and just derivative. Like we're supposed to be playing like Death, which is like paint by numbers. I mean, Death riffs are very structured, very simplistic, but with Sean in there doing that and me following him, it was going way off abstract. And we would start laughing at each other like, dude, you're high, you're fucking high. So we're like, we would look at each other and go like this with our hands. We go, focus. Okay. Then we play, we get into it. And it was no shocker to me that the following year, Cynic goes up to Morrisound, record, and then Sean goes, dude, check out our new album. And I go, fuck, it's called Focus, motherfucker.
Oh, shit.
So I don't know. That might have been a coincidence, but man.
Yeah.
I'm just imagining you guys going, dude, you're high. Nah, you're high. All right, focus.
So like,
and then you just continue to smoke more.
Like, dude, we're doing it out. The red light's on, dude. I know, dude. Fucking load. Okay, go. Wait. What are we playing?
Like, I know which song. Oh shit. Yeah.
Yeah, it was quite different coming back 2 years later for Individual Thought Patterns. It was serious business, man. It was totally different thing, man. I mean, I wasn't indulging as much back then. I think we kind of waited till the work was done. Maybe Chuck probably fucking from the moment he woke up was puffing. I know I was on a different vibe. Gene up until the tour cycle for the album. So in other words, a few months after the recording was the first time he ever smoked weed in his life. So
no shit.
The recording session was totally different. And it wasn't like kind of anything rigid. It was just a different thing. It wasn't, just a different vibe. I mean, I think Chuck probably puffed, but it was just probably a couple quick hits, and then we just got to business. It was way more focus and less fucking universe and shit.
Human Form was actually my first song I ever heard by Death. I forget how it was. It was on a compilation or some shit, and that was my first introduction to Death.
My first was it was like, what year was it? I think it was like like 98 or something. And I bought like I was just getting into like really heavy like metal and stuff, and Nile and Cannibal Corpse and bands like that. And I was at like this place like Lose Records, and I like everyone told me you should like check out Death. I was like, all right, cool. And so I got Human, and I put it on in my car like the CD, and I just remember that and just being like, just what the fuck I was like just jaw like dropped, like this is so fucking good, like what the hell, dude. I've never heard anything like it. It was so sick, like perfect. And then of course I've been worshiping it for more than 20 years or whatever.
Yeah,
but dude, so sick, dude. You're a legend, man. It's awesome.
Hell yeah.
Dude. Casey, focus.
So one thing that comes out about that album, is the bass on the first mix is really buried.
Gone.
But finally the remaster, that's like my favorite remaster of any album I've ever heard, because the bass is back and it's like a whole different album. So did you have any say in that process?
Totally. If it wasn't for me, they wouldn't have done that, because I remember talking to Chuck about it, because when he called me to come back in 92 to do Individual Thought Patterns, he said, dude, it's not going to be like that again. We're going to do you right. The mix is going to be everyone. No one's going to get left out. Going to make it up to you, that type of thing. So yeah. And obviously it did. It was huge. And so with Individual Thought Patterns already behind us, we had talked about, how cool if Human had a 4-way equal mix as well, instead of me getting toasted out of there. And he told me, I want to remix it and turn up the bass. And when he had recorded Human, he had a Randall head and some outboard gear, like a rack with outboard effects, and he was kind of following Paul Masvidal's lead. Paul is a total tech head. I mean, you hear him sing through the vocoder. Yeah. Paul understands that shit. Chuck is old school. He got that because he thought the equipment would make it better, but operators got to be up to par, and Chuck was not a good operator. And he had complained about the guitar sound and Human being a little too muddy, a little too saturated. And when he brought up the idea of remixing Human and turn up the bass, I was the one that said, well, when you open up the multi-track, you could go in and manipulate the guitar sound and clean it up somehow. You could reamp it or whatever, and fix that. And this is easy for a bass player to say with the guy gone. But it's the God's honest truth. He said, no, I don't want to fuck with nothing. I just want to turn up the bass. And that's what he told me. And I had mentioned it down the road to somebody. I think Eric Greif had heard about it. Or maybe I told Eric directly. That's what Chuck said. And he believed me. And they went and dug the tapes out of the vault and remixed it. Now, they did a complete remix. They didn't do what Chuck said. I don't know if Chuck had complete technical fortitude to say, just turn up the bass. That might have worked. If a such thing as a full recall was possible just to push the bass fader, I don't know if that would have worked. That's what was in Chuck's mind. But what they did was open up the multi-track and, dial in complete new sounds across the drum kit, the guitar, the bass, the vocals. Everything was remixed with the intention of, taking the dirt off the bass and bringing a little light to it. And I'm faced with this question a lot. They say, do you like it? Is it better? Yes. Now, it's not a 1, a 0 or a 1. It's not, is it bad or is it good? To me, there's a wide degree. And is it better? Yeah, to a degree. It is improved. I wish we could push it a little better. I wish someone in the band was consulted a little for the remix, at least on an approval level. I'm not technically apt, so I wouldn't know what frequencies to fucking boost, but I wish it turned out a little teeny bit better. But having said all that, it's an improvement over the original as far as digging out things that were lost in the original mix. Now, they're the purists that, you know, prefer the original just for the fidelity and the integrity of what it's supposed to represent at the time that it came out and all that. And I dig that. So it's part way there. It's an improvement. I'm thankful that it was attempted, and I'm glad that the bass was brought out a little. I wish it could be better, but that's what it turned out. And yeah. And so it's improved. And what's cool though is they got to get in and get some bonus tracks on there, and then, you know, you could hear the demo tracks before, and then there's the infamous, we say, the bass and drums only. You know, then you can really hear the complete quasars, pulsars, comets, and all that universe going on.
I very much enjoy listening to those just drum and bass tracks that come as bonus things on various albums that I've come across. The drum and bass is where I actually get really excited to listen to, like, because the rhythm section is way more important than most people comprehend. I mean, they like the guitars, they like the vocals, but really what's getting them to groove is the drums and bass. Dude.
You're saying people have a lack of comprehension?
Yeah, dude, a lack of comprehension, dude.
For sure. Oh yeah, totally.
No, but for what Steve was saying too, like to be a musician on an album like that and not to be fully what shown on the first slab of that album, you know. But also I'm thinking about, like, you were saying nobody from the band really had any say in anything, so it's like it gets to a point where it's like somebody just has access to all these tracks and they can kind of just make it their own thing, which I don't know if that really works. Like, listening to Individual Thought Patterns, their remixes, like the drums are actually overpowering. They're way more, and I think they even like replace some of the sounds too on the kicks or something. I don't know.
Yeah, and they got carried away. So they remixed Human, which was authorized probably by My Story via what Chuck's wishes were, which is fine because, you know, it's Chuck's band and it's his wish carried out to people that he trusts to do that. And then out of nowhere, they remix Individual Thought Patterns, and it's like no one ever requested it. No, it just turned into this power thing, like, oh, I can do it, cool, do it. And then once again, I don't know of anyone in the lineup that was consulted or anything, but when I heard it,
I didn't have a problem with that mix at all. And actually, like, being my first introduction to Death, like, that's a sacred mix to me. So when it's changed, it kind of just becomes like, I'm never going to be able to get the full experience from the new mix that I did the old mix because of the nostalgia and all the memories attached to it at that time in my life, blah, blah, blah. It's never, ever going to be what it was in the beginning. So it's like, what is this remixing thing that we've been doing? You know, like.
Yeah, it was a little bit of overkill. Kind of, I don't support that remix at all. I don't know. Like you said, I don't see where it sounds better. It's just, it was a waste. And hopefully,
dude, you were a part of those two monumental albums. So let's move a little bit forward. So now, Human comes out, and then A Vision of Misery comes out. You guys come out with the bang. Sadus, full fucking production. Now we're right in the mix. We're Roadrunner. We're fucking doing that. Like that. So is that your rebuttal almost?
No, not at all.
I mean, you're just moving forward. You're just
just Sadus doing back to doing our thing.
Because I mean, your bass is very prominent in that mix.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, like, was it somewhat of a little bit of a maybe in the back of your mind, you're like, no connection. It was just
I was just the other main creative force of Sadus. Me and Darren wrote almost all the songs. Rob Moore had pitched in a song or two per album, but the entire Sadus catalog is 49% me, 49% Darren, and
I'll say A Vision of Misery was my first introduction to you guys, and the song Machines is what locked it in for me, dude.
That's one of Rob Moore's songs. The so few that he did, they were really fun fucking songs that he wrote.
That's a fun fucking song, dude.
That's got the old Fender Frankenstein fretless on it, and
it sounds like somebody's like blacksmithing in the background at certain parts.
Yeah, that was our first venture into putting synthesizer over fucking crazy Sadus shit, which evolved into me becoming completely Geddy Lee on stage playing double-decker synthesizer at the same time as bass.
Oh, yeah,
that was the beginning of just doing sound effects, and just having fun with shit in the studio.
Hell yeah, dude. And that locked me in with Sadus. Was right there. Was you guys experimenting with that and showing your uniqueness?
Yeah, I mean, we had brought up Bill Matoyer, who was recommended by the record company, but what a great match it was. Got to befriend Bill, and to this day we stay in touch a little bit, and he knew I was starting to show a knack towards engineer and the studio gear, and he was real kind of mentor-ish, can't be in or out.
Get in. Come on.
She don't like the door closed. She's out, she wants in. You let her in, and then you close the door, and then she's like, no.
Yeah, that's how it works. That's how it works.
Yep.
But yeah, Bill was killer. He was such a veteran that he saw us very well rehearsed, we knew what we wanted. So he's like, okay, cool. My job's easy, and because of our camaraderie that we developed through recording it, I mean, because a couple of the guitar parts were really frustrating. And while you wait for the 2-inch to rewind, set up, start over, punch, fuck the punch, rewind, it's a process and stuff. And just getting that equipment to flow with your, to get your take just right, that's hard enough. But to tell the guy, no, you want to punch it on the third one, I want to go on the tom, hit the, I knew that lingo. I wrote these songs, and I was in. And so Bill taught me the Otari remote, here's the punch, here's the bus, here's, and so Bill got to go have a coffee, and I got to sit there and do the painstaking punch in, punch out, but it went fucking rapid fire because I could tell the guy, hey, on your second F sharp, neener, go to the bump, with the click, and we had our whole lingo down, and I'm punching in our guitar players, and we're getting, great performances down, and Bill comes in, and, he's stirring his coffee going, how's it going? Cool. It's just tracking, it's just piecing together the guitar part, not that detrimental. I couldn't really ruin anything as long as I just stayed to the stuff he showed me, and it turned out great. And while he's mixing it and stuff, I had my seat right next to him, and I'm fucking with the faders and learning that stuff. But I think because I was so hands-on and trusted by Bill to help the process with the band members, I think it was pretty easy for this bass player to get some decibels on there.
Oh yeah, dude. No, it's a killer record. I recommend it to everybody, dude.
Yeah.
Sadus, A Vision of Misery, dude. Fucking a healthy slab of unique death throw.
Yeah, it was weird because we did our first record, like I said, and that was totally on our own. So we were fucking speed demons, and part of the reason probably why we didn't get picked up right away is because we were going over people's heads a little bit. So by Swallowed in Black, we're trying to write stuff still in our crazy way, but trying to become listenable, trying to become a little more ear friendly, and it's working, it's good. But by Vision, we had brought it down even more. And even though we're still fast, it's down for us. And I think that album has a little bit, it's Sadus showing that we're looking for hooks, we're looking for stuff. We're not trying to blow over people's heads for effect
I think there's even a blast beat on that album too. You had a little stint of like a 5-second blast beat
on the Wake of Severity. I think all the albums have a little burst of that, and it's funny because even Dave Vincent of Morbid Angel was trying to figure out if John Allen was playing blast before Pete Sandoval, like some kind of invention or whatever. But
I know.
John had a great way of describing it. He called it reverse thrash. So, double up on your hi-hat. He would switch hands and he would still hit the hi-hat, but the snare's the one going,
yeah.
And it sounds like a blast. It's not, if you break it down, it's not the official blast that's now pretty widely accepted, but it has that sound. It's kind of a unique John Allen blast, but you take all the little nerdy details out of it and it's fucking a blast pretty much.
Yeah.
There's he does it on Twisted Face on the first album, which goes back to our first demo in '86. He does it on Hands of Fate, first song on side 2 on the first album. And like you noticed on the Wake, he does it here and there. And to him, it was just a way to speed up the thrash beat to set up the normal thrash beat, something a little crazier that would go settle in. And
that's kind of what it was in the beginning of the blast beat with like the Repulsion and Napalm and Terrorizer and all those dudes. It was just speeding up because you were alluding to it earlier. Everybody just wanted to be fast. They just want to be fucking fast. However, we can be the fastest band right now. Totally. That was what it was. And
it was like a full body vibration. It was like, now it's like so controlled. You sit back and the movement is like you're just kind of flicking it with your finger and the stick moves about that high. It's like, but back then it was like the fulcrum was your elbow. Your body was like the counterweight. You're like, it was like insane, and that's why I was considered really, really the penultimate fucking thing to attain. Like I could blast, wow, fuck. But John Allen's up there with he's kind of the uncredited part of the first wave of that shit, but we always did it in bursts. Like there was
that's what it was. It was literally like a 2-measure thing or whatever.
Yeah, just and we meet all these young black metal guys from Norway, and like, oh man, we listened to your album when we were in high school in New York, and I can't believe how much black metal Sadus influenced it. No idea that what we were doing, we were just trying to be a heavier Metallica and a faster Slayer. We had no idea that evil shit coming out of Norway. Those kids were looking up to us, but that's where it leads.
How things evolve, dude. It's like, well, you just said you're just trying to be a heavier Metallica, faster Slayer. Like it's just what you come across, and you're just like, I want to be there. There's like this in you, a new version of what you take in that you think is new, so you're going to put it out, and it's all these different variants of what you're taking in. It's just like, oh, this is something that I think is new because it feels new to me.
Yeah, well, you had such a limited like music spectrum to pick from too. Like these black metal kids nowadays can be like, oh, I like a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Like you guys were like helping create like the root of all of it. You know what I mean? Like it was like,
yeah, I mean, we were just happy to be a little bit more evil than Creator. And then Abbott from Immortal comes up and he's like, you're my main influence. Like, whoa.
Yeah.
That's totally. It's crazy to think like, and you were alluding to it earlier, is like you guys, the Cali shit was a little bit before the Floridian shit, dude.
Way before.
I'm not trying to be like fucking, oh, we started this shit because I didn't have anything to do with it. But
no, it's way before. And that's why Chuck bailed on Florida to come to Cali to find a lineup.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
Didn't exist.
What you notice that they talk about that in that documentary that Joseph was talking about. I think they talk about California a little bit in that, right? Am I tripping?
Yeah,
and,
they do.
And how like basically like the fire that fucking was lit under Chuck to start doing what everybody loves was happening right here, dude, in fucking Concord. He lived in Concord for a while, dude.
Yeah, like, and then he moved to Antioch.
You guys, nobody around the world, you guys have no idea about either one of those cities.
No, they don't need to.
yeah. Stay away. Yeah.
But I do, because I grew up fucking, an hour away from Concord's not even an hour away, but Antioch's about an hour away if no traffic, right? So it's like, it's so crazy to me to think that like the Florida scene is so heavily leaning on Chuck and death and all that stuff, but really like the roots of it all was happening over here, guys.
Well, it's
not roots,
complicated.
It's complicated.
Like it is. It's like, Metallica, Megadeth, Testament. It's morphing, that.
The morphing aspect.
Florida started. You had Atheist and Obituary and Morbid Angel and stuff, and then that's a totally different sound. Which kicked over right after that. Then everything started coming out of Sweden, which was a blend of those two. And then it just started ping-ponging around New York and Germany. And then pretty soon you watch how it just accelerates and people just pick up on something. And, it's like that whole thing where they call the new wave of British heavy metal, Priest and all that shit kicked off all the Americans. It's a pretty cyclic thing, and
it's back and forth symbiotic fucking.
It's a mutating virus. Sorry for the times. I know it's 2021, but
yeah, watch out.
I know, right?
Yeah, no, dude, it is. It
might get canceled, man. You say that.
I know. Hey, hey, many viruses have mutated before. That's my.
But I think that's just like art in general, right? Everybody's influenced by everybody before that person, and they just express it in hopefully a unique way to them, at least.
So what did you think of the death documentary yourself? Like, seeing it, did you see it? I mean, obviously you probably, I randomly just had it like on my front screen as like a recommendation, just said death, and I was like, well, I have to watch this now. Like, and
you could watch it on like Amazon Prime, right?
It was Amazon Prime, and it was like actually like, I mean, as far as I don't know how historically correct all of it is, but I mean that's what I was going to ask you. But as far as like the way they put it together, I was like, damn, this is like one of the better metal documentaries I've seen. As far as like,
I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
It's overall very well done. Felipe did a great job. He has a very high sensitivity to those involved and wants to make the history correct. He wasn't after any kind of agenda. It wasn't like Murder in the Front Row that like it's about Bay Area metal and you watch it and it's like 3 bands, or there was no bias. He really had a good attention to reach out to everybody possible. I mean, you see Chris Reifert all the way to Shannon Hamm, the bookends of first to last, and I thought it was well done, and I thought everybody got to speak freely and not much edited out of it. It's pretty much the way we said it. There's a couple people on there I don't really recognize. I guess some kind of weird journalist or some kind of weird super fans from some period talking what they think they know, but that's probably just a little territorial for me, being way on the inside from 17-year-old Chuck and being all the way lasting in and out till being in his final lineup he left behind with the Control Denied guys and stuff. So, I know I span that whole, line of Chuck's career, and I know the people in and out, and so when a couple people on there I didn't recognize popped up, I was like, yeah, whatever, I don't care what you say. But
yeah, it's like a 25-year-old going like, well, this is what happened. You're like, okay, well,
some guy saying like, man, it's supposed to be about the history of death, and the guy's telling us like his favorite records. We're like, all right, but I guess they're important people somehow. They have some other kind of angle to offer that balance it out. Yeah. But as far as the ex-members is fine. I thought overall maybe Eric Greif had inserted himself a little too over much for the history. He was in and out, and in the whole span of the career, he was kind of a small percentage of it, and he kind of took over as this overlord. Kind of inserted himself as this big part of it. I could tell right now if Chuck was here, he wouldn't have any of that. Like I would be out of there, but whatever. He's advantageous and opportunistic, and he got to turn his 15 minutes into fame into 15 boring hours. But I told him that. Not just talking shit about someone who recently passed. I asked him why the fuck did he go Jerry curl and sit on the grand piano? He should have looked like rocker Greif that he always was. But anyway, he rolled with what he wanted how to present himself, and talked up a good story and makes gets that big public sympathy going for him. But you opened that can.
It's all good, dude.
Overall, very well done. The story, I believe, to my knowledge, very accurate.
Okay, cool, nice.
Good. And we're just jumping all over the place now. So I just mentioned
Weeds.
Control Denied. I wanted to ask you, what was it like working with Richard Christie?
Yeah. When a song's like you hear a song, you kind of tap along with it.
Mm-hmm.
So imagine trying to tap along to 3 sneakers in the dryer. I mean, Richard's pretty unique, man. That's a crazy style. He's got incredible chops. He's got a wow, his way of thinking is out there, and he follows up, Sean, Gene, and Gene again, and then he's the guy who's got to come in and play after that. So he was ready to just go full octopus arms and lay it all out there. And Chuck was the kind of guy that, look at me. He absolutely supported and pushed individualism. The more you sounded like someone else, the less he wanted it. He wanted you to be you and be more you and less like anyone else. And so Richard comes in with a crazy flamboyant style, and Chuck's pushing him like, yeah. And so it was a challenge. There was I was alone in the studio with Jim Morris. Chuck was up in New York getting radiation, and Richard and Shannon came by at some point. I wasn't alone the whole time, but there was a good chunk where I'm figuring out bass completely on my own with Jim, which is not on your own at all. Jim's a great guy to work side by side. Excellent ear. Good coach. Got me through the recording, but there were times where, and I'm pretty new to Pro Tools. This is 1999. I don't know when it kind of became the mainstay, but even working on ADAT, it's the operation is the same. Stop, rewind, punch, continue. There was no computer screen. You don't see waveforms and stuff. So I was pretty new to Pro Tools, and it was tough nailing some of those breaks because it was recorded without a click. So there's no visible grid that the music sat on. It was just open field. It was tough. And there was times where I would stop and boom, try to come in on the next beat and miss it completely. And Jim would just stop and kind of pivot his chair and just laugh and go, I remember this. You're not going to get it. I'm like, hey, man, hey, give me a chance. It's new. He goes, no. It's not what you think. It's not you. It's Richard. It's a unique time. When Chuck was recording, he was standing next to him, and he'd come out of the roll, stop, and he would see the arm go up, bam, and he had the visual, and they came in tight. But he said, it's not on a click, it's not on a grid, it's a feel thing, it's a visual thing, and I don't have that. And so that's the first time I ever saw my note get slid over in time, and it felt like, oh God, Of course, now we're fucking beat detecting and sliding shit left and right, but it was tough, but when it comes together, there's a means to the madness. Richard's stuff is thought out, and it's very melodic, very linear. He's a unique drummer, and it was a challenge to play to that. But since then we've done quite a few. Actually, in '97 I went to Florida, and I was part of the writing sessions and the pre-production recording for the Sound of Perseverance, and that was just demo level. So, you could leave mistakes. You're just trying to get a big picture of the song, but that was recording with Richard, and then we went on to do Ice Dirt together in a big batch of Charred Walls of the Dam album together. So I got very used to Richard, and so when
I was gonna say, so like working with all these different drummers, do you think that is also a factor in how sick you are as a bass player? Because all these individual voices have come through to be the other half of the rhythm section of all these groups that you're in, and you're constantly being challenged by these unique voices in the drums.
Huge element of my playing. I mean, I was thinking about the list of drummers that I've been fortunate to be matched up with on recordings. It's incredible. The obvious ones, Sean and Gene and John Allen and Yannick from Quo Vadis, Richard, these guys are obvious, but then there's so many that were touch and go that I can't even believe, like Dave Lombardo and Dean Castronovo. And I need to compile some kind of book or something from a bass player's point of view of the drummers that I've come in contact with, because it would be quite a list to brag about.
Oh, dude, that sounds super interesting too, because if you could somehow translate these different styles of these guys into some way that everybody would understand, like, this is the shit that I've been dealing with my fucking career, dude.
I got a question. Like, just for like a fun, just jam stylistic, nothing serious, just what's like your fun perception like of like the difference of jamming with like Sean or Gene, like the style, the difference of like playing with him, the feel.
Well, that's kind of tough. Well, I guess I could say right away, the two things that were with Sean, I definitely followed him. Sean was the creative bomb that I locked to, where with Gene, he's a very, very aware drummer. I could play something different the second time and he'll pick up on it. A lot of drummers play what they play, they're set and they go forward, and you either catch on or you fall off. With Gene, he's very aware, and like I said, if I change something, he's aware of it, and if I change something to something he likes, he'll change what he's doing to accent that. And so, not that Gene's following me, but there's a yin and yang there between us, to where I realize, and I've gotten us both in trouble, not only in the Death lineup, but with Testament also, to where I could be fucking around playing some funny shit, and Gene will follow me into the darkness. Because it's interesting, and he is aware, and he knows what's going on, and he hears something, and I could take him. And I have kind of a devil side to me, where I'll improvise into the abstract, and I'll take Gene there. And and we've gotten chewed out by Chuck on tour, and the Testament guys have mentioned, like, we realize you guys are very creative rhythm section, but you got to hold it together and stuff. So as a result of that, Gene has told me that he in his in-ear monitors, he doesn't put me on there, because he has that kind of,
you have too much of an influence on him.
We want to follow you and
kind of devil on his shoulder.
He's scared of what you're gonna make him do, dude.
The bass is on timeout, basically.
I'm always in the doghouse.
Well, that's fucking, dude. That's
really cool
a thing that I would be very proud of, though, to find one, two, other musicians that you can just vibe with that way.
So
dude.
you said basically Sean was like you, but opposite, right? He was like the leading kind of like creative thing. So Gene was like the one that would adapt. Sean was like the one you're like just trying to stay up with his fucking.
Me and Sean's stuff locked, because I knew it in and out, and I catered the direction of where I was going to interlock with Sean's stuff. You know, if I dropped out of there, Sean would still play what he's playing. You know, where with Gene, like I said, if there was he's got 50 antenna all on fucking scanner alert, and if he hears something that's cool, that makes him go, oh shit, I could join that and do this over here, and you know, and build this up, he's likely to do that. So if you leave Gene to his own, he'll go straight forward, he'll do that shit, but he will flex towards what's going on, where Sean was but it wasn't like Sean was rigid either, though. I mean, Sean was just, he had a better discipline, because on the later years when we were doing Death to All, when it was a little less serious and obviously the boss wasn't there, I could coerce him into doing some bad shit with me for fun, you know, a little language between bass and drums that, you know, not many people pick up on, but we get a good laugh, little inside laugh, you know. And but with Gene, it's way too easy, you know. And same example while we're doing the Death to All stuff in later years. You know, you watch a Testament concert online, that's straight as an arrow. You know, Gene's playing, you know, Testament
to the books, yeah,
and then you watch a Death to All concert and it's loose. And you know, almost every time between songs, if I just play a couple, 3-4 notes of some familiar riff, it could be Jimi Hendrix or Opeth or Slayer or any random thing I play, immediately Gene jumps in. I mean, it's like a fish hook, just bam, I got him every time.
You guys just did a Death to All kind of like a Chuck thing over in Florida like 2 days ago, right? 3 days ago?
Just got back, In fact, I've been kind of just hanging out in my own end of the house to make sure that
that's right, acclimating. I remember we had Exhumed on, and Matt Harvey was on, and he was talking about like freaking out to play with you guys, like just like, you know, having the ultimate like, you know, like nerd metal, like fuck, dude, like got Steve over here, I got fucking, you know, like all these people around him that like he's always looked up to as a kid and stuff, James Murphy and everything, and he was just all like, oh, like, and then fucking he was saying, and then that you would kind of bust his balls a little bit. He's like, I look over him like Steve was like kind of bust my balls, and I get more nervous and blah blah, and like I was cracking up in the story.
Imagine being Matt, you're on stage with all those guys.
Well, I mean, also, you know, you've been through everything, so it's like
Matt did the vocals too, right?
Yeah,
he was. Yeah, and he was a late addition. So he had to crash course, and he pulled that shit off. Yeah, the reason I broke his balls is because he stepped up to the fucking plate and did a great job.
Hell yeah!
You know, you don't break someone's balls who need the work. You help them along. You know, you encourage them.
Breaking balls is kind of just keeping them at the place that you already know they're at. You're just breaking.
No, Matt definitely earned all props, because he, like I say, he learned in a short amount of time, and he did a great job fucking, you know, and I've seen that role filled by Matt and Charles Elliott, and we bring our kid Max with us everywhere, and and different people have stepped up and done it, and it's tough because, you know, Chuck is the icon, and every album has a different lineup, and it's not about the different lineups. It's about Chuck, but the ex-members are here to hold that up. So it's like, who's going to play Chuck's part? And whoever does it is under extreme scrutiny by the crowd, because, you know, the audience is watching somebody, you know, trying to be Chuck. Now, none of these guys tried to be Chuck. They just tried to do the part as good as they can. And it's tough because people are like, oh, it's not fucking Death without Chuck. It's like, yeah, no shit. We know it's not Death without Chuck. We're not trying to be Death without Chuck. We're just trying to play the song with somebody young in there interpreting it the best they can. Yeah. And so it's real tough. And so someone like Matt that can project a voice that sounds vaguely familiar and play really, you know, very similar to Chuck. And same thing with Max. I mean, Max has no idea, but I think he's some kind of groupie child of Chuck accidentally or something. He's so
the reincarnate.
He's so accidentally similar to it. I mean, Max wasn't even old enough to really watch Chuck, so he has no clue. But
wow,
all day long on tour, we just keep tripping how many different things Max does accidentally that remind us of Chuck.
Did Max play in Cynic too?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that guy's insane. Yeah.
Yeah.
A shredder.
Yeah, I don't think he recorded. I think it was a tour musician. Yeah.
What do you guys think about that new Cynic record? I fucking love it, dude.
Yeah, I haven't heard it yet. I still have yet to get around to hearing it.
I mean, obviously, like, it's not focused. Nothing's ever going to be focused. But from front to back, I had a great fucking time listening to it, dude. So I it's almost getting close to my album of the year thing if I keep listening to it.
Do it, man. Who cares? That was hard for Paul, man. He had
dude.
Multiple losses. Yeah. No, crazy.
Yeah.
That's insane. Really no, it's definitely different. It's got like a different style to it with the vocals mainly is what I noticed. They're kind of like buried. He's kind of like, but also it could be like a Paul probably could be like some message that he's trying to portray that he's like, buried of the loss of his friends or something.
I've never really thought of Cynic vocals being a main part of the band though. It's like, even though there is vocals, I'm always drawn to listening to the music more. It's just kind of like the vocals become like an addition, and they're great. But I'm just saying, like,
Well, tell Paul that on the tour with fucking Cannibal Corpse when '93 or whatever, when he had to fucking do vocoder stuff in front of right before fucking Chris Barnes went on stage.
I would have been like the one of 3 guys in that crowd that would have been like, "Fuck yeah!"
That was a cool tour, man. They brought Dana on. She was playing keyboard and doing the brutal vocals.
Yeah,
sweet little petite blonde girl doing the brutals, and Paul's over there doing robot voice. And they played at Berkeley Square, and I was hanging out.
My brother was there.
It's my brother was there. Show, dude. It's an infamous.
I was hanging out at the hotel while they were getting ready, and there was a little earthquake. It was the first time all those Floridians felt that earthquake. Remember that?
My brother was there. So my brother was on acid. He was with his drummer, and he was just like tripping his balls off watching. And all of a sudden the earthquake hit and shit, and he just like fucking. That's the story he tells me. It's like one of those like dad stories I hear, like, because I'm like 37, he's 45, 46, something like that. So it's one of those stories that he always pulls out, just like, dude, we were tripping and then fucking an earthquake hit, and like watching Cynic, and like people were like, were people booing Cynic?
I definitely don't remember that.
Okay, because I remember like he was saying something about like because there was the death metal audience that wasn't ready for that kind of a thing. And then they have like
I would have been.
That's what Matt used to say from Decrepit. Matt used to say that.
Yeah.
He was attendee of that show, so I wasn't.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's kind of funny. I went to my rehearsal studio that I practice at, and I have a room. And it was like, I don't know, a couple months ago, and I was like on a weekend, and I heard this band like kind of playing some death riffs, and I'm like, that's pretty cool and all this. And then all of a sudden, like, they're just going right into just playing death songs, like all sick, and I'm just like, what the hell? And I like knock on the door, and I go in there, and they're playing like all this kind of shit, and I'm like, dude, what's up? And they're like, we're a death cover band, and we're called Muerte.
Yeah, Spanish.
Yeah. And like they're like a San Diego based death cover band. And but dude, they're sick. Like the guitar player shreds. Like it's like, okay, so play something, and I like filmed it, and they played Trapped in a Corner and just nailed the solos. He played like all this. I was just like, holy shit.
He sent it to all of us. I was like, what the fuck is they're nailing.
He plays in some band with like Ripper Owens, who was in Judas Priest. What's this band? It's like a few different singers that are like, it's like a power metal thing. Yeah, I forgot what it's called.
The Tremors?
Oh, I forgot what it's called, dude. But yeah, he's a shredder, dude. I was like, what? He's like playing all the like solos like on that song.
San Diego? What are those?
He plays in like all these bands, but I was like, what? And that was like pretty cool.
Well,
dude, actually,
I love death. What's going on?
I was going to say, shout out to Matt Harvey one more time. He's a previous guest of this podcast. We had an Exhumed episode, and he's got the Gruesome Project, which is fucking totally in the vein of all that early death stuff. And then he comes through on this. So it wasn't gruesome though. So what was the project called that he was performing in? Spiritual healing. Was it?
Oh, and the last weekend?
Yeah.
They were called their line was called Living Monstrosity.
Living Monstrosity. So it was And
the one we were in, we were called Symbolic.
So who's we? Who was in your lineup?
Me and the bass player who played on Symbolic, his name's Kelly Conlon.
Nice.
Awesome.
And Bobby Coble from Symbolic, Shannon Ham from Sound of Perseverance and Control Denied. Those were the OGs. And then we had Max, who we do Death to All with. He was there. And then the guy who kind of perpetuates the tribute band called Symbolic from Colombia, his name's Leonardo or Leo. He was switching off with Max doing Chuck's parts, guitar and vocals. And Gene wasn't super available, and they were trying to figure out what drummer could fill in. And I reached back in my bag of tricks and pulled out my buddy Dirk from Dirk Verbjorn, who plays in Megadeth now.
Nice.
And he was in Soilwork for years. Played an old thrash band from France called Scarve, or is it? Well, he's Belgian, but yeah, maybe the band's French. But you know,
I saw those videos.
Scarve. I've heard of that band.
Scarve, yeah. Dirk, he's fucking alien, dude. He learned all of the sets that encompass Sean and Gene and Richard's parts, and you know, and it's funny because he filled in for Testament when Gene was busy one time, and I told him after the show, I said, dude, I'm sorry I didn't look back one time. Like, it felt so brutally comfortable. I forgot it was a different drummer. Like, he was so dead on. And we've done some odd recordings together. We did an album with a guy from Argentina called Giorgio. And we did a recording back in 2010. A buddy of ours, Mike, from Netherlands. The album's called Anatomy of I. So me and Dirk got some chemistry, some history together and stuff. And I know him. He's the ultimate chameleon. And I told, when he agreed to do it, and I was talking to the guys about how he's going to play Sean and Gene and Richard stuff, I said, watch out for this guy. He's going to end up playing those guys' parts so well, you're going to think it's them. Like, he's amazing, you know. And not that Dirk doesn't have his own identity, his own creativity. He definitely has all that. He's his own drummer, but when it's time for him to learn something, it's scary how fucking dead on.
Wow.
He learns it, man. That's a cerebral fucking advantage that not many people have. He was the talk of the gig for us, man. He was so amazing.
It's calling him a chameleon is a perfect thing. I'm thinking, like, yeah, just a guy can just sit into any throne, whatever band's playing, and he can adapt,
dude,
to reenact.
Oh, and three drummers that are, you know, they're not just kicking back playing rock beats, man. They're playing some shit.
Yeah.
So yeah, he did an amazing job. Everyone was so psyched to watch him pull that shit off. So precise. Like all the Neil Peart type fans that are in the crowd, knowing all the rolls and little splash hits, they were just, oh yeah, he's on. He's just knocking it dead.
You saying, I'm sorry I didn't look back. I'm like, oh dude, so you guys really do have even that connection live, like the drummer and the bass player have to look at each other at some point.
Me and Gene go back to the mid 80s, man. Sadus and Dark Angel became kind of, you know, Dark Angel took, no pun intended, but Dark Angel took Sadus under their wing, showed us, you know, they were a little bit, you know, more advanced, and they requested us as support many times, and we bonded right away. So when me and Gene were reunited in Florida to do individual, we were like already old buddies. Yeah. And then just years and years and years, and we've been, you know, trucking along in Testament for a fucking ever. And we have that untangible chemistry that just
totally, dude.
Just, it's like the fucking Jacob's ladder in the air. Just somehow.
I even recently watched an interview with you and him on the Megadeth cruise. It was like a 15-minute thing or whatever. You guys were just chilling, having cocktails and talking shit or whatever. And I was just watching you guys' chemistry. I'm like, yo, like, if any drummer and bass player want to have a chemistry, this is the chemistry you want to have,
dude. It's amazing. And you know, talking about, hey, look, you know, looking back, me and Gene will have full-blown conversations in the middle of a song, I mean, he's back there playing and he's doing rolls and hitting shit, and I'm fucking sticking on with Peterson's rhythms, and we're like, yeah. Oh, so what'd you have in catering? Oh, was that pretty good? Yeah, you got, make sure to grab some of that after the show. Oh, it's really good. Oh, thanks, buddy. Yeah, I mean, it's like autopilot match, and we're just like drifting off while our bodies are playing. We're just like floating away talking about something.
Nah, that's
how me and Dan from our band, we'd like, that would be our inside joke. We're like, we'd start whispering because like super technical, crazy, like all these odd type signatures, but like we had it like kind of like muscle memory at a certain point, and we would just whisper like funny things in each other's ears, like, hey dude, so like what are we getting burritos after? What's going on? And just like watch him smile and like try to hold together, and like then he'd be like, I don't know, like carne asada. Well, and just like going back and forth. It's like a funny one thing that actually, I don't know if you've ever encountered this, and it's, for me, it's a thing with in band practice, when you've nailed it a million times and you're practicing, when you fuck up, I think it's fucking hilarious. I think it's like one of the funniest things ever when someone like makes a dumb mistake and like it's like on a dumb riff, and like I'll make eye contact, and we'll sometimes have to stop a song because we're laughing so hard. Like just like something about like the awkwardness of like, you messed that up, and like you kind of make eye contact, and I don't know. It's always been a thing.
I mean,
maybe it's too much weed.
No, it is a lot of weed, and just all of us are just like, come on, dude. That's what it is. It's if anybody fucks up, but nobody really fucks up in odious more.
Well, it wouldn't be like, dude, you fucked up. It'd be like, you fucked that up. And then we start like smiling at each other and like, all right, don't look at me, dude. I have to finish.
Well, there's different kind of fuck up. There's fuck up that you're unprepared, and that frustrates everyone because then you're worried that and then there's the fuck ups like, what? Why would I do that there? Like, I know my shit, and I just brain farted and something came out. Exactly. Yeah. So those are definitely funny. Yeah. Especially when people are watching, you try to pull it off like, I meant to do that,
Exactly. I'm improvising.
He was being ambitious.
The professor had to leave. He's in Bangladesh, we had him for the whole time though, but he had to go. So he was messaging me. I was like, "Just go, man."
We should probably start rapping so we can get. Let's do a part 2. We could do part 2.
He pulled parachute. So.
We're like at 3.5 hours.
No, right? Well, you're forcing Steve into a part 2. I mean, I was already trying earlier. It's our. When did we do this? We started at 7 something.
7:40, 7:35.
Anthony's doing math.
We haven't even made it. Yeah, we haven't even made it to 3 hours yet.
Yes, we have.
Dude, we're still on like 91. We're still on like 91, guys.
That's what I'm saying. This guy is. Have you seen this guy's Wikipedia? Have you seen this Wikipedia that we can go through? Like,
this would be a 5-hour episode, dude.
Hey, I'm ready to go. I mean,
it's up to him, not us.
I know.
I'm down.
How you feeling, man? What's going on? We're at 3.5 hours.
No, we're not. It's 2.5 hours. Here, empty too. I gotta fill up too, dude. Steve's ready, dude. Fuck you guys. Just quit being a mess. We lost the professor, and everybody just lost their shit, dude. Like now,
we just want to respect your time. We don't want to.
Like, fuck us. It's all about you, Steve. What's going on?
Yeah, like if you want to.
How you feeling, man?
I'm good. What's on the slate? I mean, are we rounding third?
We can do whatever. We can do whatever. I'm just usually like when we have guests for this long, usually they start doing like the slow blink, and they're just like, all right, dude, like,
I think we're still.
No, that's your host. That's okay.
I'm fucking down, dude.
I'm down.
Yeah,
it ain't me.
Yeah, you're getting a little Asian over there, but I'm good. I'm wide awake.
Oh yeah, your eyes are shut, dude.
Here we go, dude. I'm fucking round 2, dude.
You put on sunglasses, dude.
All right, so. Keep going.
All right.
So what's your favorite
color? So the individual thought pattern shit. So that was like your round 2 with them. And then where do you go from there? Like after that, you toured that record, right?
Yep, the whole cycle all the way to the end. I couldn't make the human cycle because Sadus plans and stuff, and that's where Scotty Carino came in to fill in for me. But when we were finishing up recording individually, we went out to lunch, and Chuck just said, man, I have an idea, because we have a festival tour, is usually short in nature because you hit a few really big shows, and then you just, it's not like full of tons of shows strung together. So he was like, it's not a big demand. It's going out to Europe and playing for a couple of weeks, but it's not a huge full-blown tour full of dates. So I have this idea that, you know, you guys would do it with me. Now, obviously, Andy the Rock came in and laid a few solos. He didn't do any. He was a very quick guest on it, very important, but very quick guest on the album. So there was never any idea that he would, you know, play on stage or even play a complete song with us. He just did his solos. So we knew we would have to get a live guitar player, but he said if me and Gene at least could do the first run, because the festival tour was occurring before the individual album release. So he really, because we're working in the studio, he had no live band. You know, Paul and Sean are history, and he's like, can you just go do this European run with me? You know, basically just saying like, look, I'm stuck in the studio with you guys and I don't know what to do for a live musician. And of course we were both like, fuck yeah, we want to go play with Death. That'd be awesome. And so we did the festival tour, and I think I know we played one song for sure from the album, but it was mostly Human and Back because of how it was before the release date. Nobody's going to know what it is, but we would always say like, hey, we just got out of the studio. Here's a new one for you. And it was so obvious when we did it, because then everybody just stood there like, whoa, I never heard this, obviously. Yeah. But I think we increased it to 2, maybe 3, you know, we're starting to feel comfortable about it. And because of that, we were like, man, those are fun to play live. So when the album came out, you know, me and Gene were like, of course we're going to stick with this. This is fun, you know, big crowds. And Dark Angel was pretty much inactive at that time. And Vision of Misery for Sadus is kind of pretty much ran its cycle. You know, it was kind of quick. And that's when Roadrunner started flushing out bands, cleaning house, and Sadus was one of the bands that got cut. So it was a good void in time for me to just commit to Death. And so we stuck around all year and did all that touring, and man, it was great. And and then it was time to start over for a new chapter, and he had a big batch of new songs, and he wrote the first song that was going to be on Symbolic at my house in Antioch, with a drum machine. That was crazy, just me and him and a drum machine.
Fuck.
And then a couple of months later, you know, he's got a bunch of more songs prepared, and Gene's out there, and I came out there. I had a busted up finger. It actually wasn't a broken bone. It was a dislocated finger. I zigzagged my finger bones, and I had a big brace on and stuff. And I went out there, and of course it's hard to play with that shit on there. And it was a tough session, you know. And I was also right on the verge. My wife was 8 or 9 months pregnant with our first kid, and Chuck was ready to sign a new contract with Roadrunner, book studio time, and it just didn't work out. So I was there in the preparation phase, you know, songwriting, pre-production, but when it came time to book the studio, it wasn't to be. So he found Kelly, and they went ahead and did that. And Kelly didn't last very long. He was already booted by the first live run, and he got one of the road crew to actually sit on a bass, Brian Benson, who tours a lot with Cannibal Corpse now as a guitar tech. He finished out the touring cycle just, you know, thumping on the low E with the volume on a half. And so when the new album idea came around, he called me back up. Same thing. I go to Florida. I'm involved in the songwriting, arranging, and pre-production stuff. And this is when Richard's new in the group, and Shannon's the new guitar player. And I'm on the pre-production. There's some bonus tracks on the reissue of Sound of Perseverance. You could hear my early ideas with those, but same result, different reason. So studio time comes around, and he wanted to go right from the studio to a bunch of touring, and it was a huge, big block of time. And I was working full time, just buying a new house and doing life. And I told him I'm not prepared to leave a job to tour with Death. I had to keep my job. And I said I could go sporadically, but I couldn't commit to the full load of all the touring. And Chuck said it was really important for him to have the 4 guys in the band photo on the album photo to be on the stage, because he was trying to erase this bad reputation of how he went through so many members all the time. And so since I couldn't commit long term to all the road work and stuff, that he wanted to get a guy. So he found Scott Clendenin, who had worked with some of the Control Denied guys and stuff. So yeah, it was like ever since Human, I was in, out, in, out, in, out. And so went back and forth like that. And then even after the Sound of Persevering touring cycle was over and Chuck removed himself as a singer, got a new vocalist and changed the name of the band, boom, I'm back in again. So yeah, a lot of history there with me and Chuck. But
totally,
to me, it's like one continuous timeline, because we were always talking on the phone, and I was like his go-to. When you would get a local guy to do the tour or whatever and didn't work out, boom, he'd call me back, and it kind of repeated like that a few times.
So when Chuck was like nearing the end of life cycle of death, so he had an idea for Control Denied. Was it like something that he had always envisioned himself doing as far as stylistically, or was it just like, all right, we need to end death, I want to change this around, or something that he always wanted to do?
He got really bored of that vocal style. I don't know exactly when, but when he had to go out into the booth and sing during the individual thought pattern session, he was already burnt on it.
Yeah.
He just, me and him and Gene are recording all these cool riffs, and he's just like, man, we're kind of like the Rush of death metal. He goes, this is heavy, but it's also so creative. And then Scott Burns, engineer, tell him, all right, Chuck, go slap some vocals on there. And he hang his head. He go, oh man, time to ruin my own music. We're like, what? Fuck, you're the Godfather, dude. This is your thing. He's like, I'm just, I don't know. So all the way back then, he was already souring on it. And you could tell, because after that album, his vocal style really, really changed. And he wasn't really a huge fan of the genre that he was a big part of creating. Yeah. He just wasn't a fan of it. Look, this is the singer when he finally disbanded Death and basically got the same lineup with a different vocalist and a new name. The singer he wanted was Warrell Dane.
Oh, from everyone who just passed away, R.I.P.
Yeah.
Right?
He died on. No, Warrell died.
Oh no, Warrell Dane's. I'm sorry. That's I saw anniversary. It's 2017. Sorry.
Yeah,
right.
But he did die on the same day as Chuck. Years difference. But yeah, that's so strange. They share the same death day. But
trippy.
But if it worked out, and Warrell wanted to do it, he just didn't want to remove himself from anything that Nevermore was doing. But those two guys, they got along great. They were very, very tight friends, very emotionally bound, those two guys. And if plans worked out, that's who Chuck envisioned his ultimate sound, was his riffs with Warrell Dane singing. That was, it was no secret he wanted Warrell, and Warrell couldn't do it. So his demo tapes, that when he freshly writes a song and puts it all together for people to hear his ideas, Chuck would sing melodically and say like, okay, this is me, obviously we're going to get so and so, which became Tim Amar, became the singer of Control 9. But I have recordings of Chuck singing like that, and it's pretty good. He obviously has a lot of years using a microphone. He's a singer, he's a vocalist, so you could tell he's good, but his vocal tonal quality is just, not, he didn't develop that melodic power metal style over all those years of doing brutal death metal, to where he knew it was fun and it was cool, but it wasn't convincing, it wasn't serious, it wasn't the pro level that he wanted, but he was right there. Almost. In fact, the track on Perseverance, Painkiller, the Priest cover, that's Chuck screaming.
Yeah.
He's
a good cover too.
Yeah. I mean, he reached up out of that the old death stuff, and he's up doing fucking Halford, which was, obvious one of his favorite singers.
Yeah.
But yeah, he really tried to get out of that death metal hole for many years, and it took him. And he knew that if he just had a different vocal style under the band name Death, that the fan base would just leave. So he knew it needed to have a different name under it. So
my thing is, we're always striving for something as an artist or musician, and most of us never really get to what we're looking for, and you kind of just touched on that. Like Chuck was looking for something, he could almost get there, and then he needs somebody else to really like throw that extra on it to where it makes it better for him, and that's what became Control Denied. But I'm thinking, like, does it really have to be somebody else that comes in and gives you what you're looking for, or can somebody really like hit what they're trying to look for? As a musician, we're always striving. Like, what keeps us going is that we're not hitting the bullseye, right?
Sure, that's the friendly ego. Ego's not always a bad word. Your ego propels you to perform and want to do well. That's your judgment of your own self. And, he was striving to improve and evolve and get out of a genre that was just getting very repetitious and getting very saturated. But he didn't have the confidence, and he also had the vision to know that he wasn't going to just throw himself out there and just switch vocal style and expect everyone to just be cool with it. He wanted to do it with a vocalist that had some miles on him, that knew what he was doing. And I think he was also kind of looking forward to stepping away from the mic and just being a guitarist, because his vocal heroes like Rob Halford, Bruce Dickinson and such, they were just singers. They just fucking twiddled a mic stand around. They weren't playing guitar. And his guitar heroes were shred guys that didn't sing vocals. So he didn't really idolize anybody who did both. And he was doing both. So I think he was looking forward to just getting away from the fucking microphone and just jamming, just being that sideman that just shred. Of course, he would be the visionary who wrote everything as well. But I think
that's the reason why I'm in the band with these guys right here, is because Dan, the original guitarist and vocalist, he wanted to step away from vocals and focus on his guitar. And we were friends, and I ended up taking up the vocal duties because Dan wanted to sit back and end up making such better Odious Mortem material from when he had to do vocals, right? Like once he had the vocals out of his whatever, he had just the guitars to pay attention to. And I guess like having those two things, those multiple things, like you're never going to excel completely in one or the other. So you got to take one or the other.
But also too, like it's got to be one of those things where like you're singing and you're playing guitar. You can't really, like, I don't know. I mean, this might be throwing it out there. You can't really have that much fun. You know what I mean? Like you can't go out there and just be like, and go out and like run around the stage and like just play guitar and run around. You can't. You'd be focused on vocals. You can't like run. You can't go to the stage left, stage right. You're stuck in the middle. You basically have no place to roam.
The front man that does the solos as well. You're like,
yeah. You have to do all that shit. You have to do like all that's like another, maybe after a while, like if you fuck something up a couple times or do something, you're like, that's just a stressor. I just want to run around and just focus on having fun and not like having to
it's like, and also, it's kind of like it's the workload outweighs the glory.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And if you ever watch the old death shows online, you'll see the gap between songs is agonizing. Chuck would go back to the drum riser and towel off and pull his hair out from underneath his strap, adjust everything, drink water, catch his breath. Brutal. Felt like an hour would go by before we start the next song. And this is the time where you say, all right, how's everyone doing tonight? All that. But that's Chuck's job, and he's over there catching his breath at the drum riser with his ass to the crowd. So, he was getting sick of the heavy workload and
makes sense
on top of the vocal
sense.
style. So he was looking forward to having a lead singer who could hold his own and give Chuck a break and just be able to shred on guitar.
I'm actually of I'm the type of person that would just sit there during that silence and just wait for the next song, though, and it would still be an awesome fucking death gig. I don't necessarily need banter. Banter is good, but it's like, I don't know, if I'm just there, if I was to be there for a death show, I would just sit and be quiet. Cynic, sit there, be quiet.
Do some yoga.
Yeah, they'll make you bend.
And Paul made us do yoga.
I know. I did yoga
at Slim's, dude. I did yoga at Slim's.
I was at that show too. Yeah.
At a fucking show, dude.
Oh yeah, no, that's cool. I mean, I get it. I get why he would want to fucking like get rid of that workload and just like have, I don't know. I'm drunk.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. He could have that time to go take a breath, fix his hair, take a sip of water while there's somebody else doing the banter and getting the focus off of him.
Yeah, it kills a vibe a little, when the crowd's just sitting there and the seconds are rolling off, they turn into minutes, and then people start, the peanut gallery comes alive, starts shouting shit, and it's a little tough. You don't need to chat up the crowd in between every song, but if it's silence, man, it's tough. And that was the tough part about jamming with them. But there's nothing any of us could have said because we're not screaming vocals and shredding leads and playing the main rhythm part the whole night. I mean, he had a huge workload, and I'm just a fucking bass player. I couldn't say nothing, but it was tough. And so all that what we've been talking about, that all evolves into how he was steering the direction of his band, and Control Denied was, especially the transition from Sound of Perseverance to the Control Denied record. It's the same guys. So you can see that it was strictly about the sound. I mean, he used the same lineup, so there was no devious thing about getting new people or what. It was just simply, I don't want to sing anymore, and that was it.
Definitely.
So, but so you guys execute that album with the Control Denied moniker, same lineup of sounds, new vocalist. How what's the reception in the beginning?
I have no idea.
You never paid attention?
No, I mean, the album came out when Chuck was sick, so there was 98 was the last time Chuck played live. We recorded Control Denied in 99, came out, shortly after. Most of 2000, or wait, maybe, no. Yeah, that's right. 99. So most of the time between 99 and 2000, he's battling health, trying to just walk, but after he was doing various treatments. Like he would go into a certain treatment and they would tell him like, this is incurable. You only have X amount of time. We can't do nothing. Well, he wouldn't take no for an answer, and he'd go find some alternative treatment. I mean, and sometimes the results made an improvement. There was a point where they had this weird, I don't know, you went to Texas and had this X knife or something, and they took part of the tumor out, and it alleviated a lot of the pressure on his brainstem, and he got some of his mobility back, and he was feeling great. And he busted out a whole new batch of songs, and the music also kind of alleviated a lot of his, just the heaviness of facing his mortality and everything.
Wow.
But he was very productive, and we were chatting on the phone quite often about the plans of the new record, and how since the treatment took him away from the touring cycle of the first Control Denied, he wanted to, put out the second Control Denied and do a big tour, but he wanted to go out as Death first, as a Death farewell, and bring the Control Denied singer to do the last 3-4 songs of the set. Mm-hmm. With the new songs, and have a physical transition on stage every night to, people in the crowd could witness Death turning into Control Denied. And he had this whole plan, and we were blocking time verbally. We were like, yeah, we're going to do Death Farewell with some Control Denied at the end, and then immediately go out as a full Control Denied tour. And you had these big plans and everything. And then this was in 2001. I had plans to go in the springtime to get my bass done over there because they had finished the drums, I think, in December of 2000. So yeah, early 2001, he's working on guitar and stuff. And then right as we're about to book my ticket, he's like, hold off, plans might be changed a little. I'm not feeling that great. And then that summer and fall just, we lost him in December, obviously. So but at the beginning of that year, he was feeling better. And we almost got to it, but just missed it. There's a partial recording floating out there and stuff. But yeah, I mean, he had all these big aspirations to tour, and in his mind, it was up and up and up and more,
Damn, just through his own mortality, and he's literally going down, still wants to do stuff and put stuff out. It's like almost like
he never stopped.
I mean,
no, he went out fighting, man. He fought the healthcare system. He, like I said, every time a doctor told me he was incurable, he said, fuck off, and went found a different doctor.
Yeah.
And same with the music, he just continuously writing, continuously planning all the way to the end.
Damn.
Yeah, dude. I mean, it totally makes sense with a guy that's that prolific, and all the prolific musicians as yourself and everybody else. Like, you never stop, dude. There's really no reason to.
And there's a lot of beauty in a guy that started a band named Death, that's facing death in the face, and that's still fighting to still go. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, I don't know, there's something prolific about that, yeah, it's huge.
All right. So, but I mean, I love Chuck and I love Death, RIP, all that shit, but we're talking to Steve. So like, after all that, like that's crazy. That happens to you. What the fuck happens now?
Well, he was still alive and doing pretty decent. I think he was just going to acupuncture before he found out there was a huge tumor when I told him I got hired by Testament. And I remember he just quickly said, well, that's a good gig. They're a big band. So kind of had his blessing, but that was a big transition for me. It's like, not that Testament is mainstream or pop or any of that, but they're definitely not underground. And that's where I spent all my time working on all these bands we talked about, and all these people we talked about are all underground musicians, and van tours and clubs and demos and all that crap. That was my world. And Testament invites me up there, and all of a sudden it felt like I was an Iron Maiden junior. It was like they have accountants and they have professional management, and it was like, whoa, it's a tight business, and what was a very respectable band. Like I said, they had MTV videos, they were on FM radio, and I wasn't really ever a really big fan of the band or that style. So when I got the call to see if I was interested, I was like, well, I didn't jump to a no answer, fortunately, but it was hard to jump to a yes answer. So I just agreed with Eric to go out and listen to what they had. And we sat in his Ford Ranger with a cassette tape, and he didn't tell me anything about it. He just said, here's the new material. And it was just a little, boombox recording in a rehearsal room thing. So you could hear the talk and the feedback. It was clearly just a raw thing, but at least it had the music on it. And to me, Testament was like Disciples of the Watch and Return of Serenity, and I was like, well, let's see. Well, the cassette starts and it sounded like, unused songs by Slayer. It was fast, brutal riffing with fucking badass drumming. And I was like, dude, Eric turns it off. He goes, what do you think? And I was like, this is Testament now. I was like, what the hell? You guys are heavy now. And he goes, you like it? And I go, dude. And he goes, well, what do you think? And I go, I mean this in all compliment, dude. It sounds like Slayer, and that's killer. And he goes, what's funny? I go, what? He goes, that's Slayer's drummer. I was like, what? He goes, yeah. He goes, dude, Lombardo's gonna be our new album. I go, okay, hold on. this is what New Testament sounds like. You got Dave Lombardo on drums, and you want me to play the bass on this? I go, let me think about it. Okay. I was like, I'm sold, man. That was a much different Testament than I thought I was getting into.
Totally, dude.
Yeah,
and like I was alluding to earlier, I probably used that word way too many. Alluding.
Yeah, no, alluding's in your word of the day today.
It is my word of the day. I don't know why. I don't know. I probably heard it on a documentary earlier.
You could say, as I touched upon previously.
as I graced upon.
Yeah. Now I lost my fucking train of thought. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. Derailed it. Derailed the interview.
Yeah. Well, Eric Peterson, actually, I worked at Guitar Center in Sacramento for a long time, or for a year. And Eric Peterson was a mainstay there. Like I
sold like 50 grand worth of shit there.
Oh yeah. No, he got his like custom guitars with like on the like artwork on the back of the neck and shit like that. And he actually he'd come judge contests we'd have. He was super cool dude, man. I actually really appreciated that guy. Like I knew he, Testament's a humongous deal. So I was like, oh fuck. Like Eric's coming in. He was a super chill, like super nice guy. I've heard he's pretty strict on the music side with I heard, yeah. So okay, you're shaking your head. Okay. So I won't say by who, but
no, I'm nodding my head. This is shaking. This is nodding.
I'm nodding. Yeah.
I'm nodding my head. Yes. He has you could say strict, but he has a very proven formula he does not deviate from. And like I said, I came out of the underground to play with a band that has fucking those frames with the cover and the little fucking disc on the wall. Yeah, when I'm invited to do that shit, I don't fuck with the formula.
Yeah.
Exactly. I watch and learn, and so yeah, big step up for me. As big as Death and brutally iconic as Death is, Testament is the big step up.
Totally, dude.
Yeah.
And that's what I was gonna say earlier. The Gathering. I got it back, dude. The Gathering as my first introduction to Testament. Yes, later on in their discography, going backwards, I realized that The Gathering was one of those like resurgent aspects of their career to where they got that second wind of brutality and heaviness and speed, and Dave Lombardo on drums, you on bass, and you're just like, this is the whole fucking package right here.
Yeah, what a great coincidence that album came out at the towards the end of the 90s, where a lot of metal bands, the mid 90s was like a desolation, weird dry spell for metal. Mm-hmm. Very few bands maintained through that. It was a big change in the world, and a lot of stuff happened, bad stuff happened in the mid 90s, disrupting the whole growth of all the scenes that came from the 80s, and it just 10 years later just like almost threatened to disappear. And so a lot of bands were reuniting. Death Angel got back together, and Sadus even had a long dry spell. There was that Thrash of the Titans gig at the Maritime Hall it was almost like every band was reuniting just for that gig, and since then they've carried on. And that was like a sign of like, the Y2K coming up was like this breath of fresh air, like the fucking mid 90s is over. And so the whole scene is coming out of just fucking drug induced slumber or hibernation period. But right on this, cloud clearing and letting the scene come alive, Testament nails that album right there. And so their own personal slump is lightening up, and it's riding the wave of all the fucking metal coming back strong as ever. Even Rob Halford had a solo band, reunited with Priest in 2000, 2001. Bruce Dickinson on a solo career reunites with Maiden in 99, 2000. Everything was coming back together. The old school, Priest and Maiden, and then all the bands reuniting, the thrash bands getting back together. It's almost like the 80s created it, and had this weird dive, and then there was no one there to take the torch. And so after this long period of suffering, everyone just has this revival. Hi, girl. Hi, you miss me? All right. She came back
That's
to check
awesome,
on
dude.
I just saw your CD
really
collection real quick.
I really like the
yeah, dude, look
Titans
at that
of Creation
fucking collection, bro.
Oh shit!
God damn it!
Hey, I'm a musician, man.
No, did I just say it again? I want.
Oh, so you were looting? Are you looting?
No, I stopped myself. I said owl, and then I stopped myself. But I wish that I had that collection. I have over 1,000. But you got more than 1,000, bro. Just by showing me what you got.
I think the rack holds $3,000, and then I got shit all the time. I got shit up here. This room's a mess. That's why I told you earlier I needed to put up a little backdrop.
That's all good, dude. But that's where I want my studio to be, dude. Just be or like Joel's dad's spot with VHSs, dude. He had a whole room.
Oh, when I was a kid. My dad had like the
when you were a kid, we were on tour. We still went through it.
I was a kid, dude. I was 21,
yeah, we were
21.
still kids, but yeah.
No, dude, that was actually from my
loaded.
my stepmom and my dad both combined their like VHS collections, and it was like a fucking blockbuster. It was
Death Metal Kids in
Yeah.
New Mexico. What do we pick out of a room full of VHSs? Kindergarten Cop, dude.
Yeah.
That's a good go to bed. That's a bedtime one. We're going to bed. We're
and
done.
not only going to bed. Wait, didn't I pass out and you guys were like hitting me with a pillow and I didn't wake up?
I mean, that's happened a few times.
Yeah.
But
I was gonna say though, like I like that Titans of Creation, that the stuff you guys put out in 2020. Like it's really good, dude. I was like listening to it. Is that like first?
You're like the
about,
Chris Farley. You're like Chris Farley, dude. Remember that album you put out? That was pretty cool.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
No, dude. Seriously though, I appreciate that. We
it's like
we came together like Brotherhood of the Snake that came out in 2016. Like a lot of that was done. Well, Eric wrote it all, and then a lot of it was transferred to us via files. Like here's the new song. Here's the new song.
Yeah.
But when we did Titans, we got Eric had big chunks of all the songs. He's the songwriter, he writes that shit, but it's different than just being handed the song. Here's the song, play it. Okay, well, we put our personality as much as we can within the Testament formula. But on Titans, it was great because he didn't have the songs finished, and we set up in the studio that was to be the same place to track seriously. So we had 2-3 weeks ahead of the real recording time to go over the songs and talk about arrangements and changing lengths of parts. And me and Gene felt way more involved. Eric wrote the songs for sure, but it felt like being young in the garage, hashing out shit, high-fiving at the end of the night going, fuck, sounds badass now. And so
that's a good feeling that you're shooting for always as a musician.
Yeah. And we felt involved. And because of that, I think that the energy and the chemistry is evident on Eric's creations. We didn't change his stuff, but we influenced it big time. And knowing that the same mic setup and the same we didn't have to move or anything. And then and we could, record everything and listen and the next day change it and stuff. And by the end of it, we're like, I think we got this shit, man. So let's just keep rolling. But now we're going for takes that are keepers and stuff. And so very different vibe than just, 3 days in the studio knocking out, 3-4 songs a day. It was like we had weeks to work and rehash and and so big difference between the last. And they said that's the first time they carried over the same lineup between two albums. It's the OG, early days with the classic lineup. So that was another bonus, is to know that the five of us were locked in and repeating it. And man, and it shows.
Sounds good,
the songs are fun to play. They're fun to listen to. The sound came off. And Andy's
recording.
Andy Sneap still from The Gathering all the way sequentially, all the way up, and nothing changed. Same artist, same everything. So, there's something to be said about that loyalty too, to just hold the whole team together and improve within that without really looking for a member change.
Real quick though, is it the first song I think that's about like Heaven's Gate or something like that? Yeah, and I was like, dude, I grew up like it was
I know
like,
you're a San Diego guy.
It was like 10 miles from like where I grew up or something.
Yeah.
Like I remember, like
children
as a kid,
the next
like,
level, man. We got off the hook. We didn't have to act in a fucking band video. They did an animated version, and we were done.
You guys all remember that Hail Bob's comment and like the.
Are you talking about the cult shit? Yeah,
dude, that cult shit. That was like 10 miles from where I grew up. Like,
it was like the sneakers, the Nike sneakers.
Yeah, the mass suicide shit. It was like in Rancho
shit.
Santa Fe. It was like. I mean, I went to high school like 5
They
miles.
thought that there was like some aliens in the end of a comet that were coming by to pick them up.
So it was Hail Bop, right?
Well, it was like Jim Jones shit, like drink the Kool-Aid, like.
So what year, Casey? What year
was a
what
mass
year
suicide? Like a
what year was it, Casey? Casey, what year was it?
It was in the 90s. That's all I know.
If it was 97, that's when Hale Bob was in the sky.
Mm.
And
it was probably around then. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yeah. So the idea,
like,
it was a suicide cult. So the idea was that they were the only way they could transfer themselves to this mothership that was actually traveling behind this comet was to advance to a different life form, which meant all committing suicide. And there's a multi-part documentary on that, very involved, very, very detailed. It's fucking scary. It wasn't like something that just sprung up with a bunch of dizzy people that were ready. I mean, this guy's been at it for decades, and the people that agreed to do it, if you gave them their life back, they would do it again. They were sold and convinced, and they were crazy. Hardcore.
What a salesman, dude. I actually have a question. So I see this picture everywhere, and I'm relating it to what we're talking about right now. Waco, Texas, that one dude that is he playing? There's a picture of him playing a Chuck Schuldiner guitar. You ever seen that?
No.
I swear to God, there's like might be fucking Photoshop, and I just might be falling for it. But there's a picture of the Waco, Texas leader, the guy that owned that cult or whatever the fuck. There's a picture of him because he had a band and he had a BC Rich fucking Chuck Schuldiner guitar. I don't know. I'll have to now.
You'll have to fucking.
I've seen it a million times. I've seen it a million times. I know. Well,
I haven't seen it. I even
that is
forgot the dude's name. Yeah, that was another weird wacko. It's probably some.
That's some. Just cults in general, dude. That shit's weird as fuck, dude. Where you say that those
cults are bad,
would take their lives back and do it again. It's just like, how do you like twist a human into that?
It's like that Jim Jones thing with the Kool-Aid, right? Like, that's like the original.
Yeah, he got people to give up their entire belongings, all their money, fly to fucking some country in South America, and just hang out in a compound until they just kill themselves. Like that's it's scary how people are really easily convinced like that.
Completely and betray their whole family. Just be like, oh, my family doesn't matter anymore because this guy is such a good salesman that I need to.
Yeah, and the whole Scientology thing too, and actually the whole persuasion of convincing people and brainwashing people is on a really, really huge scale now with CNN, Fox News. The way they deliver the news, it's so like they can't tell you anything matter of factly. They can coerce you.
It's
it's for
preying on desperation. That's really what it is, dude. People are desperate to have an answer to something, and
it's like they have psychology. They're like dialing in psychology and know what people will react to, and that's how they. Just as far you said Scientology and shit, so
that's a requirement. You can't know about.
No, I literally worked next to a Scientology church for a long time, in Sacramento, and they would come in and talk to me and shit, and I would just be like, "All right, dude, bro to bro, you're like a normal person. I can tell by like talking to you, like, what's up with it?" He's all, "It's not a religion." Well, it started like doing in their thing, and they were completely like, they were just in. They were completely like, but they were also like, they had a sense of logic that kind of freaked me out a little bit because they were logical human beings to a point. But they also were like, the couples would come in like a beautiful man, a beautiful woman would come in like they're a couple, and they'd just be like, "Yeah, man, it's just a way of thinking, man. It's not like they're like, it's like they're trying to like downplay like the craziness of it, like, but it was
therein lies the coercion, man.
No, totally, it was, and I would walk in there just for fun, just like check it out. I want to get like Like I want to like go in there and like have people talk to me, but it was completely empty. It was like a fucking almost not a castle, but it was like a 9 or 10 story fucking building downtown Sacramento. Like,
Oh,
like,
I've seen that. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I went in there and I was like,
it's like a Disney palace.
totally.
And
there was, like,
nobody's there.
No one's there except the person behind the front counter.
You
they
went
have
in there?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, because obviously.
Oh, they're there. They're looking through the little. They got paintings on the wall. And they're looking.
I'd be
through the
scared.
The classic.
Scooby-Doo
They got
shit.
the
They're
eyes
like,
behind the paintings, dude.
Yeah.
No, they were like, "What's your name?" I'm like, "My name's Frank. How's it going?" Like, I would just give them fake names and just be
Oh,
like, "I'm not
man.
fucking telling you." I would not tell them any of my information and stuff because they were just totally. There's all salesmen.
They'll just start selling. Yeah, sending you.
But then I got
books
to
your
the
house
no,
and
I got
shit.
to the back of the place, and the mayor of Sacramento at the time. It's him with the main
Tom Cruise.
No, the main guy that after L. Ron Hubbard he took over. I forget his name. Miscavige, David Miscavige. David Miscavige.
Oh
yeah.
shit! So
it was fucking the mayor of Sacramento with a fucking necklace on of the Scientology emblem on his chest.
the fucking
With
Flavor
David
Flav
Miscavige,
clock?
and they were just bros in this picture, and I was like, whoa! Like they were like in with the local government in Sacramento, and I was like, whoa! Like the highest order of government, local government, they were in. Like,
Insane,
like
dude.
I was like, whoa, this is fucking crazy. But I also like, I definitely like acted like I was interested because it was like, I want them to tell me more. You know, I was like, it's fun. It's like for me, it's like ghost hunting or something. It's like I just want like tell me like yeah, totally, dude. Like I act interested. Like yeah, my name's Frank. Dude, tell me all the shit. Like, I just wanted all the shit. Like, and it was
You're only
it was
level
creepy.
1. Like,
They wouldn't even let me like buy a book because like I think they knew that I was fucking with them, and they wouldn't let me like stay there for much longer, and they kind of escorted me out. And I was like, all right, well, you know, it just had a weird culty like, oh, you're not part of the thing. All right, well, we're out, you know, get out of here kind of thing. And I was like, whoa, it was interesting though. That's exactly what I wanted.
Bizarre, man.
Yeah. And just like people that like literally I've talked to that had careers and shit will go into that. There's like a little apartment upstairs for them to stay in. They just give their fucking income to the church, and then they're just like, yeah, this is for the greater good or whatever. And I'm like,
However you can answer the existential question.
That's pretty much what they're looking for, I guess.
Yeah, but it's just that, you know, just preying on the weak, man. It's you know totally. That just you could see how vulnerable the delivery of information just it's dangerous, you know, and maybe these news channels are doing it for ratings only, but I mean, they get people to buy in. You look at the wars going on now, and not talking about military war. I'm talking about the division of people and the belief and the politics and the fucking bullshit on Facebook. I mean, that's all from information delivered. I mean,
yeah,
you know,
totally.
I definitely agree.
You know, you get the 6 o'clock paper, man. It wasn't important back then.
Yeah.
Now,
I think social media's made it important. Like all of a sudden, everyone's got their opinions and their.
But it's like we started on the whole cult. They're all one and the same.
Yeah.
You know, it's fucking, you know, corralling people to believe something for whatever purpose. For Scientology, it's obviously for monetary gain, and you know, other cults, who knows, some sexual perversion, and then you know the news channels try to influence politics or consumerism. I mean, it's just. Yeah, it's dangerous.
It's mostly just cash, dude. It's all mostly just cash.
Did you know that Prince was like a, you know, like a, what was it?
Singer.
Oh shit! What's it called? God damn it! I'm like blanking on it.
Influencer.
A Jehovah's Witness. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
And so like Prince. And so was Michael Jackson, and of course, you know, there's some controversy. He's probably 100% most likely a weirdo.
You want to make a point? You shouldn't have said that.
Well, dude, okay, whatever. Everybody knows. It's not like a secret, Michael Jackson. But what I'm trying to say is that Prince was a Jehovah's Witness, and like I heard that he would like go to people's houses, like, and just be like, show up, like it's like Prince at your door. And it's like, I'm doing my service, like, and it's like,
artist
you can't talk
formerly known
about
as
music.
Prince.
You can't talk about like, well, he was Prince after that. He came back.
Oh, he came back. Okay.
Yeah, but like, I mean, imagine that, dude.
The return of Prince.
You're just like chilling, and you're like, you're like hanging out on like a Saturday afternoon, and just Prince like shows up at your door. Like,
Yeah, that would be wild, dude.
That happened like a bunch of times to people.
Yeah,
and that was a lucky gold coin for them to get fucking Prince.
Yeah, he doesn't want to talk about music.
He
wants to
talk about
dude, way more.
Dude, give me the pamphlets. Hey, can you do controversy?
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Come on, do controversy, please. Come on.
All right, this is the picture I got real quick.
Okay. Right.
The Chuck Schuldiner guitar. So the Waco.
That's the guy, and he's.
Oh, come on! Fuck,
what?
dude,
Does that fit?
What the fuck is this?
Look at it.
I don't
Looks
know,
pretty.
dude.
No, that's not Chuck Schuldiner.
Well, that's like some Photoshop.
It's a BC Rich, or it's a BC
Joel.
Rich, I think.
That's
I think
Photoshop.
it says Charvel or something.
Yeah. It's not. That's not
similar,
Photoshop.
but
It's
it's
not BC Rich. It's similar. Okay.
It's Photoshop.
Sorry about that. It's not Photoshop. I can tell.
Get
by
the
it.
newsletter, bro.
I zoomed in. It's like there's no inconsistencies, but yeah, I thought it was a Chuck guitar. Anyways, that would have been funny to link up to the whole cult thing, though, right? If a Chuck guitar was at Waco, I don't know.
That'd just be
We actually found out about that. We
coincidence.
were in Europe, and this is pre-internet, so we don't know what's going on back in the USA. We got on the international flight to come back, and the newspapers said fire at Waco, and everyone was like, "What? Some weird cult?" And I went down to the bottom. I go, "Blue Jays won the World Series? Fuck!" So yeah, there's a connection. I just connected things that you alluded to right there.
Yeah, they're
Oh
alluding.
shit, dude!
Okay.
It's like Pee Wee Herman. The word of the day. What is it? Is that
Alluding?
that's what he says? Word of the day. Alluding's the word of the day.
I said that earlier, but
No, I know, but he just said it again, dude. Steve he's doing callbacks, dude.
all right. I think it's I gotta
Joel
wake
thinks
up
I'm
at
too
7.
drunk already. I can
No,
tell.
I have DoorDash that's been sitting at my door for an hour
Cold
and
Taco
10 minutes
Bell?
now.
Is
Yeah,
it
it's
a
cold
cold
Taco
Taco?
Bell. It's cold Taco Bell.
Cold Taco
Why don't you
Bell.
go pick it up? What are you doing?
I'm
Yeah,
trying
dude.
to be a fucking team player. Jesus, I'm not. I have Steve DiGiorgio. I'm not gonna fucking get Taco Bell right now. Jesus.
You can
No,
pick it
dude.
up. This is
Go
cool.
grab it, dude.
What are you doing, dude? It's all good.
Go for it, dude.
Well-
You probably lost every listener you ever had by now.
And
No,
I know, it's
way,
like
dude.
we're going to
They're
hour
in it,
like
dude. They're in it. All
We're
right,
at hour
where are we
7.
at?
we've
Are we
gone
at?
from the weeds. We're now into the bush.
All right. Should we just fucking call it, guys? It's been over 3 hours now,
Oh,
right?
dude, that was
Yeah.
so much fun.
Probably
It's
the
like my
longest interview
favorite.
I've ever done.
Dude,
Yeah, it is actually,
shit, dude.
and I'm
Ours
fucking
too,
glad it was you
and
though,
it was
man.
so fun. It was like honorable. For
Yeah,
us.
we had a great
Yeah.
time, dude.
So many good stories, man.
So
Fucking,
fun.
it's definitely the longest
Yeah.
podcast we've had, though. It's
Oh,
definitely
yeah.
the longest.
You just took the fucking trophy, dude.
Yeah,
Longest
I told
podcast.
you.
You
I
deserve
told-
it.
I told you.
And
Didn't I warn you?
dude, we didn't even move past
I love it.
93, really.
No, we got to
talked about
2000, 2001.
So we're gonna have
We
to
do-
do a
we
part
met-
2 sometime.
we have
Yeah,
20
dude.
more years to go.
We got chunks, dude, that we still gotta
Oh.
fill out, dude.
That was only episode 1. That was Steve episode 1.
We got
If-
a whole season to do.
Yeah,
Dude,
yeah,
fuck
I
it.
know, right?
Hey, I'm ready to do
I'm so
that,
down,
dude.
dude.
Yeah, I'm
If
down.
you're
Anytime.
down, you don't have to say anything right now, Steve.
Why? I'm on camera. You want me to be like a death show and just drop silence?
How do I get the guests up top so it looks like my eyes are open more because I'm looking up instead of down, dude? Steve's in the bottom right corner, and I'm just like, oh, dude, I'm looking down at you the whole time, and I just
Anthony's high
weed.
on pot.
I'm high on pot, dude.
Hey, you're
Yeah,
hitting
I'm
that
knocking
pop
beer.
pen like I'm hitting that jewel, dude.
It's okay. though.
Always. That's how I got to do it on every episode, dude. Let's just get high, dude. All right. Steve, thank you so much, dude. Thank
Thanks,
you for
man.
all this time, dude. This has been a fucking blast, dude. And
So fun.
I'd love to have you to come back on again. It doesn't have to be anytime soon, but we'll talk about it maybe. All right.
I think it's frozen.
He is frozen. God damn.
What a time to get
No,
frozen.
Anthony,
It's perfect.
Just finish it. You're
All right, dude.
You're a champion of swords.
I am a champion of swords. God damn it, dude. Look at that.
It's
At least he's frozen a
It's all
good
good.
fucking
at the end. He froze at the end.
Perfect, dude.
All right, dude. Well, thank you guys so much.
He is a
Uh,
genius.
he was out.
Shit, dude.
No, that's cool. It's perfect.
Look how perfect
All right.
that was.
That's
See?
perfect.
All right, I
You're
love you
welcome.
guys. Yes, I love
Me
you.
too.
I had such a great time tonight.
We love
Casey,
you all.
Joel missed the professor for the end. Love you in Bangladesh.
Bangladesh
Uh,
and stuff, and
Yeah.
Shout out to
Hit-
Bangladesh.
Shout out to all you motherfuckers for hanging out for this long. Hit us up on the socials. hit all the buttons, all the bells, and love yourself and your family members and your friends. And we'll see you. Oh no, dude, we're taking a break, right?
We'll see you after Christmas.
We'll see you Christmas, dude. We're after the Christ Mass. We'll see you. Rock on, y'all.